The Apothecary Diaries Volume 4. Chapter 12, Lantern Plant. When they came to the rear palace that day, the very air felt different. Jinshi headed for the Jade Pavilion, Gao Shun and several other eunuchs with him. Consort Gyakuyo had looked out of sorts for the past several days, and this morning he'd received word that she seemed likely to give birth any time. Mao Mao's adoptive father, the man called Luo Men, had been in constant attendance on the consort, but the baby wouldn't come. There remained the question of whether it would be a breech birth, the whole reason Luo Men had been summoned from the pleasure district in the first place. No one had officially mentioned the fact that the consort would be giving birth, but the tension in the air at the Jade Pavilion suggested everyone knew. Other palace ladies tried to get a glimpse into the residence from outside. The moment they realized Jinshi was there, though, they turned red and scuttled back to work. It was now 10 days since Mao Mao had vanished. Jinshi was greeted by Hong Niang, who looked somewhat worn out as she ushered them into the pavilion. In the hallway was a large wash basin and a teapot heating over a brazier, ready for the moment the child was born. They'd obviously prepared in case the delivery went quickly. "How is she?" Jinshi asked, forcing himself to sound calm and collected. The ladies-in-waiting looked at him uneasily, but it was the elderly man emerging from the room who gave him the details. "The contractions have stopped for the moment. I can't tell yet when the child might be born. It could, in principle, happen any time, although it would still be somewhat early at this point." "And how is the mother?" "The consort is still alert and calm. At the moment, I don't think there's any danger of a breech birth." So Mao Mao's treatments had helped. That was a relief, but they weren't out of the woods yet. There were still too many variables. There was another man in the hallway with them. He was dressed in a doctor's outfit and had a thin mustache. He was the rear palace's official physician, but at that moment he was little more than an obstacle, and the ladies-in-waiting seemed to resent having him there. At his feet was a cat too old to be called a kitten anymore. Mao Mao was now a proper young feline. Jinshi couldn't help wondering whether that was sanitary, but the cat helped distract Princess Lingli, who was otherwise desperate to go to her mother, so perhaps it was a net good. Normally the rear palace, quite frankly, could have gotten along without its doctor, but at this moment Jinshi was glad to have him there. The man's expression was easy to read, and at the moment he was clearly suffering from a felt need to be of service, and distress that Mao Mao was still missing. The combination seemed so likely to produce simple mistakes that the ladies-in-waiting of the Jade Pavilion had evidently ordered him to stand in one place and not move. Seeing someone so obviously even more distraught than he was actually helped calm Jinshi down, allowing him to set aside his mounting panic. "Very well," Jinshi said. "I'll take my leave for the moment, then. If anything happens, send a messenger." "Yes, sir," the grandmotherly eunuch said with a bow. Gao Shun appeared at almost the same moment Luo Men withdrew. "Master Jinshi," he said. Jinshi had sent him to see the matron of the serving women about a separate matter. "Yes? What is it?" "Ahem," Gao Shun glanced around, effectively communicating that this discussion should be held privately. The delivery might resume at any moment, but Jinshi could hardly stand there indefinitely, so he left 2 eunuchs and then saw himself out of the Jade Pavilion. "All right. What is it?" "It's about the vanished eunuch. I asked the other eunuchs if they knew something, anything, about the matter. The missing eunuch had gone by the name Tian, meaning heaven. A common name, one might hear it anywhere. Reports were that Tian hadn't been very close to the other eunuchs. He was gorgeous to look at and was frequently mobbed by palace women, but it seemed there had been another side to him. Of all the eunuchs freed from slavery to the barbarians, he alone had no other personal acquaintances in the group. In other words, it was possible he'd insinuated himself among them before they arrived at the rear palace. The safest bet was that this had been his plan all along. It explained why Tian had gone out of his way not to get close to anyone, and it meant they were wasting time, without even any information to show for it. One eunuch did say he'd seen someone he thought was Tian praying in front of a shrine. "I dare say that's hardly uncommon. The rear palace had no shortage of shrines big and small. A prayer now and then was the least one would expect from a devout believer. Yes, but, from the folds of his robe Gao Shun produced a diagram of the rear palace. He pointed to a shrine in the northern quarter. That's, Jinshi began. It was a shrine dedicated to the veneration of those who had died in the rear palace, the same place they'd performed Consort Jin's funeral. Typically, those who died here were returned to their families, but there were those who had nowhere to go even after death. Jinshi immediately turned toward the northern quarter. The man I spoke to said Tian was visiting a grave. Whose? I'm afraid he wasn't sure. Jinshi grunted and crossed his arms. He decided to go and inspect the place himself. He had other things to do, but he just couldn't let this go. There was an abiding horror of death in the rear palace. This was where the future sons of heaven were to be born and raised. Of course, the inhabitants would wish to distance themselves from anything as inauspicious as death. At the same time, though, those who served the privileged had a custom: those who had lain with the emperor once could never leave the rear palace as long as they lived. There were exceptions, of course. Consorts given to underlings for political reasons, or as a reward for loyal service. Mostly, though, such women were the daughters of powerful people. A mere maid whose blossom withered on the branch, who never produced any offspring, could expect to simply fade away here in this garden, her name recorded and remembered nowhere. The place Jinshi was now going was where those flowers slept. There weren't even 10 grave markers there, though he didn't know whether that was many or few, and all of them belonged to women who had served in the palace during the time of the previous emperor. The overseers of the rear palace had decided, call it capricious if you must, that too many interments would soon become a problem. When they arrived, they discovered someone was already there. Most unusual for anyone to visit the graves of nameless palace women. Even from a distance, they could see that the visitor was an older woman. She was sitting in front of the nearest, comparatively newer grave marker. This woman, perhaps more than 40 years old, had a face that conveyed strength. Before the grave were flowers she must have picked somewhere, and a branch of a lantern plant. Jinshi would have said it was slightly out of season. Maybe someone else had left it there earlier. The woman stood up, and that was when she noticed Jinshi and Gao Shun. Her eyes went wide for just a second, but then they returned to normal and she bowed politely before moving to make her exit. There was nothing inherently wrong with visiting the graves. They had no reason to suspect her of anything. Except for one thing. As the woman walked by, Jinshi caught a strong whiff of alcohol. Very strong, as if he might get drunk just smelling it. Like those foreign distilled spirits. Almost before he knew what he was doing, he had grabbed her wrist. She couldn't conceal her shock. Nonetheless, she managed to act calm as she said, "Can I help you, sir?" Normally, Jinshi would never have done something so impulsive. He would have considered his actions more carefully, rather than suddenly grab a palace woman's arm. But even though he'd convinced himself that he was perfectly calm, he now saw that he had been far more out of sorts than he had realized. "Where is Mao Mao?" he asked. He felt the woman tense. Gao Shun and the other eunuchs watched them silently. Calm down, Jinshi told himself. He had to calm down. When he spoke again, it was with his customary honeyed tone. "I'm curious to find out about a certain befreckled palace woman. Would you happen to know anything about her?" He used the smile that so often got him what he wanted from the palace women, but this woman didn't smile back. Instead, the blood drained from her face. She looked like she'd seen a goblin. The woman, Shen Lu's pupils dilated. Jinshi could feel her pulse racing where he held her wrist. She knew something. He was sure of it. He gripped her arm tighter so she couldn't get away. The woman looked at him, eyes wide. Perhaps she had foreign blood in her veins, for her eyes were green. Suddenly, though she gazed at him, her look turned distant. "An old memory's come back to me," she said. "Someone calls to me with a kind voice, gives me sweet candies from a foreign land." Huge tears began to roll down her cheeks, but Jinshi couldn't follow what she was saying. No one seems to remember what he looked like when he was young. All I've heard is that by the time he was old, he was but a shadow of his former self. He ceased to come to me after I was 14, so I know nothing of what he looked like after that time. Who was the woman talking about? What was she saying, and why? Jinchi could see, though, that even deeper than the green hue in the woman's eyes was the anger. But he, too, had a voice like honey and a face like a celestial nymph's. There was conviction in her voice. Why would one such as yourself stoop to pretending to be a eunuch? Jinchi's grip slackened, just for an instant, but it was all Shenlu needed. She shook him off and began to run. She'd never had any hope of escape, though, with the eunuchs all around, she was soon apprehended. What shall we do with her, Master Jinchi? Asked the man who had captured her. Even as he spoke, the woman produced a small bottle from the folds of her robe, uncorked the stopper, and drank the contents. Gao Shun was yelling even before Jinchi, "Make her vomit that out." He ordered one of the eunuchs to bring water, holding on to the collapsed woman himself and jamming his fingers into her mouth, trying to make her throw up. Jinchi could only watch. Master Jinchi! He was momentarily startled by Gao Shun's shouting. He must have been completely out of it. The eunuch was already back with the water and was pouring it down the woman's throat. The bottle she'd drunk from was rolling on the ground. Jinchi recognized it as one of the vessels into which Mao Mao had put her distilled alcohol. Extremely strong alcohol was a poison in its own right, and this woman had just drunk an entire bottle of it. The wind gusted, blowing away the flowers in front of the grave and shaking the lantern plant berries. "Master Jinchi, what do you want us to do?" Gao Shun asked forcefully. Jinchi suddenly realized the other man's creased brow was practically in front of his eyes. "Master Jinchi, you need to get a hold of yourself, surely you know that. You need not be troubled by a palace woman's little joke." "Joke?" Jinchi asked. Who would drink a vial of poison as a joke? Hadn't this all started because Jinchi had impulsively grabbed her arm? And had the person the woman had spoken of truly been Gao Shun? Do I indeed resemble him? The thought had always bothered Jinchi, ever since he'd been young. He didn't resemble that person. Nor his older brother, nor his mother. So who, then, did he resemble? It was a question that fed baseless rumors among the ladies-in-waiting. Stories that he was illegitimate. It was practically laughable. What was he doing here, in this garden of women? He'd asked his elder brother to let him take on this eunuch identity in order to cast aside his status as heir apparent. It was ridiculous, plain and simple. Still frustrated with himself, he went and stood by the grave marker Shenlu had been visiting. He wanted to laugh himself to pieces, but he still had work to do. Slowly, he knelt by the marker and picked up the red pod of the lantern plant where it had fallen. Dried out now that its season was over, it had begun to tear, revealing the red fruit inside. He remembered hearing that lantern plant could help induce an abortion. And when he saw the name carved into the gravestone, a name that would one day be effaced by the passage of time, he thought he understood why someone would have offered the plant here. Tai Ho. A perfectly ordinary name for a serving woman. Not so much in the capital, not these days, but in the countryside, women were calling their daughters Tai Ho in droves. Here, though, on this grave marker, the name was unforgettable. It was the name of a serving woman who had died last year. A woman whose only joy in the cloistered world of the rear palace had been getting groups of women together to tell scary stories. She'd had no family at all. With one exception. If the daughter who'd been born from her assignation with the palace doctor had lived. Tai Ho. The missing eunuch and serving woman. And no. He still didn't have all the pieces of this puzzle. But his intuition enabled him to fill in the gaps, and slowly intuition became certainty. Jinchi knew where he had to go next. If a child born at that time had survived, they would now be 2 years older than the emperor. Suppose the banished doctor had taken the child with him. They were said to have disappeared after that, but that was questionable. Something about it didn't fit. The woman named Taiho had been a servant to one of the consorts, none other than Lulin's mother, Shisho's wife. Taiho was said to have been some relation of the Shi clans, a distant relative of Lulin's mother. Perhaps she would know something about the child born to this serving woman and the vanished doctor, then, Jinchi thought, and turned toward the garnet pavilion. There was no hint there of the austerity that had pervaded the pavilion until the previous year. Instead, the place overflowed with ostentatious exoticism. Jinchi sighed privately, then made himself put on his usual smile. A lady-in-waiting bowed to him, almost shyly, and led him inside. They passed through a hallway lined with garish mother-of-pearl baubles, then came to the receiving room in which he was normally seen. The mistress of the pavilion was lounging on her couch, also as usual, polishing her nails. Jinchi allowed his eyes to crinkle in a smile. Consort Lulin was attended by 6 ladies-in-waiting, all assiduously seeking to her every need. Each was dressed in a flamboyant outfit. Today's theme seemed to be traditional clothing of the island nation to the east. Each of the women wore a panoply of layered robes, a garish sight if ever there was one. The women were so thoroughly covered that one couldn't even see the shapes of their bodies, and at the same time they'd applied makeup around their eyes that made them appear wide-eyed and angry, giving their faces an angular look. The overall effect was odd at best. Jinchi thought it made them look like smirking foxes. He found himself wondering what compelled Lulin and her ladies to dress in such outrageous ways. Was she aware that the emperor found it off-putting? Lulin, Jinchi knew, understood her place as a high consort very well and her place as Shisho's daughter even better. Lulin whispered something to one of her ladies-in-waiting, holding up a folding fan made of feathers to hide her mouth. A most refined way of speaking to each other, Jinchi mused, but that couldn't be all it was. He had come here grasping at the faintest of hopes, and it gave him an appreciation for fine details that might otherwise have escaped his notice. The mole on Lulin's temple, for example. She'd tried to hide it with makeup, but it was still faintly visible. Maybe sweat had diluted the white powder somewhat. If Jinchi remembered correctly, however, Lulin didn't have a mole on her temple. He didn't bother to sit in the chair the lady-in-waiting offered him. Instead, he strode straight toward Consort Lulin. "Whatever is the matter?" one of the ladies asked, looking incensed. "Surely even you, Master Jinchi, must observe some decorum." What was the woman's name again? Jinchi prided himself on knowing how many women worked in each of the pavilions, their names, and where they came from. The ladies of the Garnet Pavilion, though, were constantly changing their clothes and makeup, and all had similar builds. Thus he knew their names but could never seem to put them to their faces. Instead, he distinguished them by subtle details: who had a mole, or whose eyes were a certain shape. Jinchi reached out, grasped Lulin's fan between his fingers, and flung it away. "Well, I never," one of the ladies-in-waiting cried. Consort Lulin turned away from Jinchi as if afraid of him, and her ladies moved to put themselves between him and her. A consummate show of loyalty to their mistress, or so it seemed. Jinchi had only to glance at the eunuchs who had accompanied him and they pulled the women aside, clearing his path to Lulin. He took her shoulder, none too gently, and forced her to face him. Even under her copious makeup, he could see her flushing red. "I seem to recall Consort Lulin having 7 ladies-in-waiting," he said. As Shisho's coddled daughter, she'd had no fewer than 50 servants with her when she entered the rear palace. Jinchi held Lulin in place and wiped away the makeup around her eyes with his fingers, revealing large, double-fold eyes. Now, what had been the name of the woman with the mole on her temple? "I believe your name was Sarin. Or no, Ronpu, was that it?" Jinchi smiled, very deliberately not allowing any anger into his face. The lady-in-waiting who had transformed herself into Consort Lulin, however, went from flushed to deathly pale, and began to tremble. Moss, one of the other ladies-in-waiting, moved once more to get between them, but Jinchi simply looked at her, and she winced visibly and stepped back again. "Where is the real Consort Lulin?" Had she planned all this from the beginning? The army of servants, the ladies-in-waiting who physically resembled her, and the ever-changing, dazzling costumes, also no one would notice if the consort changed places with one of her women. Had that been her goal all along? And where was the real Lulan now? Where did she go? Jinchi asked. The woman posing as Lulan shivered violently but didn't say a word. Jinchi tightened his grip. Where did she go? When he asked the question this third time, the woman who had tried to interpose herself leaned in, hugging the fake consort protectively. She gave Jinchi a look. I'm very sorry, sir. But I swear, she truly doesn't know. He hadn't noticed before because of the matching outfits, but this woman was several years older than the fake consort. Please, have mercy. The woman, deeply distressed, looked at the fake consort's feet. The long hem of the skirt was damp, and droplets could be seen running down the silent woman's legs and dripping off her toes. So the fake Lulan was terrified enough to lose control of her bladder. Jinchi released the fake Lulan's chin. Her eyes widened, the pupils were dilated, her breathing was harsh, and she was still shaking. The pale skin of her chin and neck showed clear signs of where Jinchi had grabbed her. It was a display of violence all but unthinkable for the eunuch Jinchi. Far too unrefined, too uncivilized for him. Admitting the daughters of powerful officials to the rear palace had its advantages for the emperor. Yes, the officials could look forward to potentially having a grandchild sit on the throne should their daughter bear the sovereign's offspring, but it could tie their hands as well. For many parents, not all, but many, their daughter is the apple of their eye. The birdcage that was the rear palace effectively held those precious girls hostage. Considering how Shisho had pushed to get Lulan into the rear palace, he clearly doted on her. His daughter became a high consort, but while the emperor was obliged to treat her with a certain level of respect, she was likewise expected to conduct herself to certain standards. Already, Jinchi had stopped thinking of her as consort Lulan. For she had violated those standards. She said she wasn't coming back, the lady-in-waiting from earlier said solemnly. The woman, who said she was Lulan's chief lady-in-waiting, submitted herself to Jinchi's questioning in place of the false consort, who could barely breathe properly, let alone hold a conversation. From what Jinchi gathered, she had been pushed into acting as Lulan's body double because she bore the closest physical resemblance to her. The woman didn't really understand the situation or the implications of what she was doing. She thought the demand to impersonate her mistress was just another of Lulan's whims. Jinchi clenched one hand into a fist. He'd been wrong. He knew now that it had been the wrong way to approach the situation, not what the eunuch Jinchi with his delicate smile would do. But he hadn't been calm enough to think of any other way to approach the situation. So she wasn't coming back. That presumably meant she'd fled the rear palace. That was a serious offense, punishable in some cases by death. And how much worse it was when the crime was committed by a high consort. It was like a courtesan cutting her ties with her house, the apothecary's daughter had said once. Jinchi smiled to himself. It was just like her to compare the place where the emperor's children were born to a common pleasure district. The girl. Someone else they still hadn't found. Knowing Mao Mao, it was always possible she'd gone along voluntarily. But more likely, she'd been given no other option. But why? He still had so many questions. He interrogated the chief lady-in-waiting thoroughly but was left shaking his head. He could always have her put to torture, but he didn't think it would get him anywhere. Her eyes had said she was telling the truth. He had the ladies-in-waiting of the Garnet Pavilion, the maids, the eunuchs, anyone associated with Lulan confined to a single location. The classroom was just about the right size. Meanwhile, eunuchs were doing the tedious work of checking every woman in the rear palace, just for good measure, but so far they hadn't found anyone who resembled Lulan. Jinchi knew he was in no shape to deal with consort Gyakuyo's delivery. Much against his wishes, he charged Gao Shun with the job. Jinchi was in his office, holding his head in his hands. Basin was with him, perhaps because it was a state of emergency, for at that moment he was reporting, not long ago, Master Lagan charged the rear palace, attempting to force his way in. Jinchi's face was tight. He didn't think he could have smiled if he'd wanted to. It was an unbelievable thing to do, yet the man with the monocle had done it. Word must have gotten out somehow, Basin said, making a face like he was chewing on something bitter. And Shisho's current whereabouts are still unknown. It was clear enough why Basin no longer referred to the man with any title of honor. His daughter Lilin had fled the rear palace, and as her father, he too would be treated as a traitor to the emperor. Meanwhile, they'd also received a report on Chen Luo's status after drinking the alcohol. She'd survived, somehow, but hadn't yet regained consciousness. They were told she'd been a personal acquaintance of Taiho's, and that was no doubt how she'd been brought into this conspiracy against the throne. With the former emperor gone, her rage, Jinchi suspected, had turned against the rear palace generally. They didn't even know who else at the clinic might have been involved. Perhaps they'd simply gone along quietly because they, like Shenlu, had been the former ruler's victims. Jinchi didn't have time to twiddle his thumbs. He wanted to go flying from the rear palace and hunt down Lulin. But he simply didn't have enough information. To go running off now would be like going in search of a needle in a haystack. First, he thought, he should find out what Shisho was up to. Yes, well, he already had someone working on that. And that left Jinchi with nothing to do but pace back and forth in his office. Master Jinchi, Basin said with a glance in his direction. A visitor had arrived outside the office, and Basin seemed to be trying to remind him that it wouldn't do for him to be seen in such a pathetic state. Jinchi, bowing to necessity, sat and pretended he was calm. Basin glanced at a mirror that was positioned so as to conceal what was inside the room, then he awaited their visitor with a look of some perplexity. In came a simple official, a person of a height that might have been called petite had he been a woman. He wore a pair of round spectacles, but other than somewhat unkempt hair and narrow, fox-like eyes, there was little obviously remarkable about the young man, although he looked oddly familiar. The young man put his hands in his sleeves and bowed. Jinchi thought he spotted something tucked in the young man's sash. When he looked a little closer, he realized it was an abacus. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Kin Lahan. With that supremely simple self-introduction, the young man grinned. That name, so that was who he resembled. No one would have known who he was had he identified himself as a member of the House of Qin, for in the whole country of Li, there were only about 20 family names. Thus, when indicating their families, people often used courtesy names, which were frequently passed down from generation to generation. Separate from such family courtesy names, there were also courtesy names given to various houses since ancient times by the imperial family. In the case of the man standing before them, La was his courtesy name. There were only two within the outer court who claimed that name, Lagan and the nephew he'd adopted. The only other person who might even be considered to count was a man who had come to the rear palace recently as a physician, Luo Men, Luo being the same character as La. All of which raised the question, what was Lagan's adopted son doing here? Did you need something with me? Jinchi outranked Lahan in the official hierarchy, such that the young man's sudden appearance might in itself be considered rude. However, Jinchi knew that pulling rank and making scary faces wouldn't get him anywhere in this case. And regardless of his station, there were some officials who simply treated him with less respect because he was a eunuch. I thought you might wish to see this, sir. Lahan produced a scroll from his sleeve and passed it to Basin. Basin inspected it, then handed it to Jinchi. Jinchi, for his part, decided to go ahead and take a look at it, trusting that a delivery from Lagan's son might well be significant. He undid the string tying the scroll shut and unrolled it, then looked at it in amazement. What do you think, sir, if I may ask? Lahan was still grinning, a deeply self-satisfied and rather unpleasant expression, but the contents of the scroll fully justified his smugness. It was a list of words and numbers, but depending on how one looked at it, it was also something else. It's something my adoptive father recently instructed me to look into. I don't think he was at all happy not knowing where the FIFA were coming from. Anyhow, I did some sniffing around in connection with the officials who were recently punished and discovered a most intriguing pattern. The scroll was a record of receipts. The sort of thing someone associated with the board that oversaw the National Treasury could easily get a look at. Even officials of other affiliations could see such things if they followed the proper procedures. I thought it would be simplest to show you a primary source. Granted, this is only a selection I made, there's a bit much of it to parse otherwise. Excerpt or not, he'd arranged the numbers such that even a non-specialist like Jinshi could understand them. And they revealed that over the past several years, the expenditures of one government organ in particular had grown larger and larger. Interesting, isn't it? These past several years, there's been neither drought nor any plague of insects, and yet the price of grain has risen steadily. Why do you suppose that is? I thought it most strange, so I examined the market price over the same period, and it seems the price of grain was the steadiest of just about any commodity. He was clearly building to something. There was something else, the price of which had risen month by month, along with the cost of grain. And there was something else. For some reason the price of iron has been creeping up as well. Here you can see the price of metals all over the country rising. They wouldn't happen to be building a colossal statue somewhere, would they? Jinshi understood what Lahan was driving at. He set down the scroll and looked at the young man, who certainly shared his shrewdness with his adoptive father at least. The price of grain might not sound so important as such, but there was a great deal of it. A modest increase in price would mean a substantial rise in value. And what if, Lahan was suggesting, someone was keeping the difference for themselves? As for the increase in the price of metal, that implied an increase in demand. That could be caused when, say, someone building a monument to display their power, or some other highly visible project, started gathering material from all over. Even stew pots and farm equipment might be requisitioned and melted down. But there were other reasons the price might go up. I'm capable of examining the circulation of currency over these past years more closely. Including where it seems to concentrate, Lahan said. Exactly what Jinshi had been hoping to hear. It was almost as if this was precisely what he'd come here to say. It seemed to Jinshi that there was a request in Lahan's gaze. That, no doubt, was why he had brought this scroll to Jinshi. Men like him never did anything unless it somehow served them. And what do you want in exchange? Jinshi asked bluntly. Lahan's expression softened as if he'd simply been waiting for Jinshi to ask. He took a piece of paper from his sleeve, although he looked somewhat reluctant about it. Perhaps you would be so kind as to consider this amount. The paper was a bill for the repair of a wall of the rear palace. Jinshi could only assume it was one Lagan had burst through. Chapter 13, Festival. Mao Mao was given a traditional-looking outfit to wear, a pure white jacket and a red skirt. She covered her face with her fox mask and carried a lantern decorated with pampas grass and rice stalks. Thus attired, she was told, they were going to walk to the shrine at the edge of town. The men wore blue clothes, while the children had bundles of rice and pampas grass draped behind them like tails. These people appeared to worship Kasan, a fox deity. The fox was a spirit of abundance, venerated in many places. It was only natural that there should be a major festival in autumn, when so much came from the land. Mao Mao heard the chiming of a bell. Beside her was someone who had outlined the eyes of their mask in a way that looked faintly ridiculous, despite its being a fox. The normal color to paint around the eyes of a mask like this was red, yet this person had used green, and the corners of the eyes seemed to droop down somehow. Looks more like a tanuki, Mao Mao commented to the mask's owner, Shisui. Maybe she was better at drawing bugs than beasts. The thought brought an unexpected smile to Mao Mao's face. Guess this is hardly the time, she said to herself. But she also knew that denying herself a pleasant thought wouldn't help her under the circumstances. You remind me of a cat, Mao Mao, Shisui said. There was a bell on her hair stick that jingled every time she laughed. It sounded oddly like the bugs she'd once collected. Just on the end of the hair stick, Mao Mao could see a small bug carved from a jewel. The girl really did like insects. "Here, Mao Mao, make sure it's nice and tight," she said, and then snugged down the string of Mao Mao's mask. The string went right over where Mao Mao had tied her hair, though, and Shisui couldn't quite get it to stay. Hang on, I'll try again. Sit down." She helped Mao Mao seat herself on the railing of the inn. Then she brushed Mao Mao's hair aside and retied it. It needs something else. It looks so lonely with just a hair tie. I don't mind. Oh, I know. I'll lend you a hair stick. I have one shaped like a spider's web. It's really cute." Mao Mao wished there were some way to politely refuse. She dug into the folds of her robes and managed to come up with the hair stick Jinchi had given her. It looked plain, but the quality was fine. Mao Mao, who was perfectly happy to get by with a simple hair tie, tended to leave it in her robe. "Use this, if you would." Ah, Mao Mao didn't have to turn around to picture the pout on Shisui's face. She pressed the hair stick into the other girl's palm. "Gee, this is nice, Mao Mao," Shisui commented. "Someone gave it to me," she replied. Given it to her without much ceremony, true enough, still. "What if I asked you to give it to me? Would you do it?" After a moment's pause, Mao Mao said carefully, "I'm afraid not." She'd considered simply handing it off to someone once before, but hadn't. If she had then or did now, she could barely imagine what the eunuch impersonator would say. Whatever it was, she knew he would be angry. "You'd think I'd just need to keep my mouth shut." But Jinchi was oddly skilled at reading Mao Mao's expressions. Partly because they'd now known each other for a fair amount of time, true, but even by that standard he was quite sensitive to slight changes in her face. Even though Mao Mao, for one, felt she wasn't very deft at controlling her facial muscles, and thought all of her looks manifested as little more than scowls. Then again, maybe she could give Shisui the hair stick. If she never made it back to the capital alive, she wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. "There, all done." Shisui patted Mao Mao's shoulder and she stood up. Her hair was now tucked behind her right ear, making the mask much easier to put on. When she looked out at the village through the small eyeholes, the whole world seemed different. Maybe it was because it was night, or perhaps it was the wavering flames of the torches, but the people walking around in their masks really did look like foxes. Except for the one standing next to her, who still looked like a green-eyed tanuki. Shisui, however, wasn't the only one who had painted her mask in green. Once in a while they crossed paths with a green-eyed fox. Most of them were men, their blue trousers gave them away. Mao Mao started to wonder if the green eyes had some sort of significance. "It's otherworldly, isn't it?" Shisui said. "Uh-huh. That much was certainly true. You're not freaked out?" "The point of which would be." She agreed, though, that it was unearthly. Instead of her normal shoes, she was wearing wooden clogs that clacked with each step she took, and then there was the bell ringing, and an owl that hooted from the forest. All the noises came together into something uncanny, until she was almost convinced she could hear foxes yowling in the night. With the foxes' voices in the background, they walked among the lantern plants and the rice stalks and the firelight. They emerged from the forest and made their way along a single narrow path winding among the rice paddies. Their progress was accompanied by an occasional unpleasant hissing, the sound of insects incinerating themselves as they flew into the torches placed at intervals along the path. There seemed to be quite a few of them. "Lots of grasshoppers this year," Shisui said. That was exactly why the festival had to be so lavish. That was the wish it carried. "Around here, we venerate a fox deity who brings abundance. You know why?" "No, why?" "Ring, ring." Shisui's bell chimed as she walked and talked. There was once a tribe of native peoples who lived in this area. Then, though, a people from a different country came from the west. The locals didn't simply accept them immediately, of course. No one would be so naive. Most villages chased them out, wanted them to go away. But a few villages, a very small number, took those newcomers in. These people from the west, they knew things, and some people here saw the value of that knowledge. The newcomers knew how to make fields more productive, how to exterminate harmful insects. Valuable knowledge indeed. Many, however, still didn't smile on them. Around the time the newcomers had settled down and begun to have children with the locals, their neighbors attacked, seeking to steal their fields. After several such attacks, the people built a hidden village, so that their children and grandchildren would be safe. They found a place where hot springs bubbled forth from the earth, and there they built. Presumably, what they constructed was the village where Mau Mau now was. And the foxes? They represented the people from that foreign land, she thought. Referring to those of other tribes as if they were animals was hardly uncommon. In other words, the deity, or perhaps deities of this village, was the very ancestor of these people, and the villagers were themselves fox gods. They say the foxes here are white foxes. So that mask was pure white when you picked it up, right? But by settling here, they became dyed with color. White foxes. Did that symbolize pale skin? And could the dyeing be taken to refer to intermarriage? I feel like I've heard something like that before, Mau Mau thought, and at almost the same moment Shisui provided the answer. The men of this village, a lot of them can't tell colors apart, she said. Can't tell colors apart. Yet. It's a lot less common among the women, though. Well, that explains it. That was why there were so many masks with green eyes. And why so many of them were worn by men. And even why one of them belonged to Shisui. Shisui took the pod from the lantern plant attached to her lantern and broke the orange skin, taking out the berries within. She wiped them briskly against her sleeve and popped them into her mouth. They don't taste very good, Mau Mau informed her. I know. They're toxic. I know. Prostitutes used lantern plant berries as an ingredient in their abortifacients. The berries wouldn't kill you, but they weren't exactly pleasant to eat. Among those who had fled here from the west, some must have gone to the area of the current capital and become the ancestors of today's emperor, while those who put down roots in the north had founded this village. Their wooden clogs tapped along the ground. The light of the lanterns was lovely, and at the same time eerie, making Mau Mau feel as if, were they to continue to walk down this path, it might lead them to some other world. The closer they got to the shrine, though, the more ordinary things felt. Street stalls began to appear, and the aroma of meat on skewers perfumed the air. There was the smell of some sweet candy, as well. The shopkeepers wore fox masks like everyone else, but presumably they didn't accept leaves as currency, as foxes were said to do. Shisui abruptly stopped, raised her mask, worked her jaws a few times, and then spat the skins of the lantern plant berries into the grass. Disgusting, Mau Mau remarked. Ha, sorry. Shisui trotted toward one of the street stalls. How about something to eat? You're buying. Mau Mau followed her to a stall selling skewers of meat. She started to drool when she saw the chicken dripping with grease. The offerings, however, also included frog and locust. Mau Mau regarded them silently. The locusts are plump and delicious this time of year, Shisui explained, and without a trace of hesitation she munched one of the bugs right off the skewer. I think I'll stick to chicken. Sure, Mau Mau could eat locusts. But why not have chicken if there was a choice? Not frog? Shisui asked. I don't want to eat any frogs for a while. What's with the glassy look in your eyes, Mau Mau? Apparently it was obvious even behind her mask. In any event, Shisui said, got it, and took a chicken skewer from the man running the shop, then handed it to Mau Mau. Mau Mau pulled up her mask and dug in. It could have used some salt, but maybe that was too luxurious to hope for. Instead, the meat had been rubbed with herbs. What is it? Mau Mau asked. Shisui was frowning. Then she turned toward the grass and spat something out again. I told you, that's gross, Mao Mao said, thinking that Shisui had some surprisingly rough edges. She appeared to have spat out the locust she'd just bought. That sucks. That place mixes grasshoppers in with their locusts. What a rip-off. They all look the same to me. Well, they're not. It's hard to tell with the wings and legs pulled off, but they taste nothing alike. Shisui was munching on another insect to get the flavor out of her mouth. This one must have tasted better, for she was chewing thoughtfully. Mao Mao sometimes ate snakes and frogs, but rarely bugs. In farming villages, eating insects often doubled as a way of keeping harmful pests away from the crops, but the pleasure district was more urban. Locusts were not a very popular dish, considering how many more flavorful and delicious things there were to eat. Sometimes, though, in years when the swarms were especially bad, farmers struggling to make a living would show up selling locusts in town. The shrine sat on high ground, with a stone staircase leading up to it. That allowed it to look down on everything around it, including the land past the forest. The trees gave way to open plains, beyond which stood a mountain range. Another town? Mao Mao thought. The range glittered with light and not starlight. Mao Mao, over there, Shisui said, bringing her back with a tug on her hand. There was a line, and when people reached the front of it, they left their masks at the shrine. A human figure could be seen within the shrine's vermilion interior, a child, wearing a white mask and white clothing and sitting utterly still. Their face was hidden, but the mask looked familiar. It belonged to that brat, Kyu. He looked like trouble, yet his brushwork was delicate and his mask beautiful. Each year, children are chosen to sit there in lieu of the god, Shisui explained. I'm impressed he can manage. He. Everyone wants to do it. It is tiring, though, so they switch with someone else in shifts, before their legs go numb. I wonder if it's a pleasant memory for them. For some reason, Shisui's eyes had a distant look. Then she said, looks like he's almost done. Let's go wait for him. She led them around the back of the shrine. There they found 3 more children, chatting, presumably waiting their turns. What's going on? Shisui asked, inserting herself in the circle of kids. Look at this, one of the youngsters said, displaying his rice stalk tail. On close inspection, one could see that the fruit was in fact still unripe. I got a bad one. That's because you didn't look carefully when you chose, Shisui said, exasperated. Some people are stingy, you know. That is to say, feeling that it was a waste to offer a good, full ear of rice for the festival, they would give one that was poorly developed instead. Mao Mao looked at the stalk of rice. It had leaves, sure enough, but the ear was hollow empty. It looked immature, not like it had never fruited, but rather as if it simply hadn't had time. I got it from the village chief, the kid said. Well, there's your problem, one of the other children responded with a shake of the head. A part of the chief's crop always comes in late. And because he's such a tightwad, those are the only parts he ever donates for the festival. What? Bah! The fox'll curse him for that. All the kids around here know about it, one of them told him. You don't because you just came to the village last year. Live and learn. The boy's shoulders slumped. Mao Mao looked at the ear of rice she was holding. The fruit was full and ripe. She detached it from her lantern and gave it to the boy. You sure? He asked. Sure, she said. She wasn't exactly deeply religious, it didn't matter to her how nice an ear of rice she had. The boy, meanwhile, bowed to her, his eyes sparkling. How'd I do, sis? Kyu asked the moment he saw Shisui after coming out of the shrine. Another child, holding a fresh ear of rice and glowing, took his place. Very nice, very nice. He. Mao Mao didn't know what was so nice about it. He'd just sat in one place in the shrine, but she kept her peace. I wish my mom could have seen me, Kyu said, somewhat sadly. Shisui patted him on the head. I know. Go make your offering, and then let's go see the fire, okay? She pointed to a watchtower beyond the shrine, down the opposite direction of the stairway they'd come up. But it was in a very strange place. Is that a spring? Mao Mao asked. Maybe more of a pond, Shisui said. The watchtower stood upon a body of water, it seemed to be mounted on a raft. Kyu quickly came back from offering his mask and they headed down the second set of stairs. Plenty of other people who had offered their masks were already there. Straw was packed around the base of the watchtower, and when she looked hard, Mao Mao could see what seemed to be white masks by the light of the lanterns. After the masks have served as an offering for a whole year, we burn them along with the watchtower. It's said that once the masks have been consumed by the flames, the wishes written on them are carried up to heaven, and whatever you wished for will come true, Shisui said. I didn't write anything, Mao Mao said. Do you even believe in a superstition like that, Mao Mao? It was a good question, Mao Mao thought as she gazed at the watchtower. Instead of wishing fervently, it would be faster to simply fix your eyes on your goal and get moving. It's not a superstition. Kyu protested. The wishes do come true. I made real sure to paint my mask nice and write my wish real neat, just like last year. It has to come true. He was getting excited. Had he wished for something so important to him? What did you wish for? Mao Mao asked. You can't tell, dummy. Okay. Fine. She'd just asked to be polite, she didn't actually care. Kyu, though, seemed bothered that she'd dropped the subject so readily. He kept glancing furtively at her. Look, here comes the flame, Shisui said, pointing at a young child holding a torch. A tail of rice bobbed behind him, he appeared to be the child with whom Mao Mao had traded rice stalks. You didn't want that role, Kyu? Shisui asked. Humph. I decided to let someone else handle it. I'm not a kid. Despite his protestations, there was a hint of envy in his eyes. An adult wearing a mask accepted the torch from the child, put the flame to an arrow, and passed the arrow to another adult standing nearby with a bow. The second person drew back the bowstring audibly, then let the burning arrow fly in a lazy arc until it dropped down precipitously directly at the base of the watchtower. A peerless shot. The watchtower must have been soaked in oil, because it caught with a whoosh and the flames spread quickly. They could hear the wood crackling. It's so weird, Shisui said. How the watchtower burns, but the raft right under it doesn't. That was probably because the raft was in contact with the water, keeping it cool enough to prevent it from burning. In any event, the watchtower turned into a pillar of flame, taking with it the fox masks around it. The smoke, then, must carry the wishes to the sky. Oh, Kyu mumbled. The tower was collapsing, and some of the masks dropped into the water. He looked at them intently, trying to see whether his own mask was among them. But there was no way to tell from this distance. Not even half the masks were completely consumed by the fire and taken up to the heavens. The wishes that don't come true sink down to the bottom and nourish future blessings, Shisui said, almost to herself. Insects don't survive the winter, all they leave behind are their children. She was focused on the distant spectacle of the conflagration of the watchtower. Mao Mao didn't understand the meaning of her words. Not then. Chapter 14, The Worksite. When they got back to the inn, Suire was waiting for them. She'd left in the middle of the day to go somewhere, and they hadn't seen her since then. Now she was sitting at a table with several books on it, reading. When she noticed Mao Mao and the others, she closed her book gently, the lamplight flickering with the breath of air. Dinner? She asked. We'll eat, if there's anything, Shisui replied, and Suire took a basket from the shelf. Inside was fried yushao bread. She poured out 2 glasses of soy milk. The fact that she put one of them in front of Mao Mao seemed to mean it was acceptable for her to eat. Mao Mao took a piece of the cold, slightly hard bread and dipped it in the milk before eating it. The soy milk was sweet, it seemed to have a luxurious touch of honey in it. Soy milk was a simple byproduct of the production of tofu, but the unpleasant smell meant most people didn't like it very much. The aroma of this milk, however, had been attenuated by the addition of fresh ginger, and it was quite drinkable. The three women sat around the round table as if at 3 points of a triangle, Mao Mao eating silently, Shisui relating the events of the festival. Suirei gazed impassively at her book. For a moment, Mao Mao thought it looked like the book might be about medicine, and she took a keen interest in it, but it turned out to be an encyclopedia of insects. It wasn't a printed volume, and it bristled with handwritten comments, so many that it looked more like a notebook than a proper book. Mao Mao stared hard at Suirei. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing. Just thinking it was about time I held you to your end of our bargain." "You mean about the resurrection drug?" "Ah, it was always nice to work with someone who was quick on the uptake." "Do you understand the position you're in?" Suirei demanded. Mao Mao was, in effect, a hostage, although she was treated awfully well for all that. Reasonable enough, if she tried to run, they would almost certainly catch her more or less immediately. And if she were to somehow escape, there were no towns or villages nearby where she could go for help. And she didn't know how to ride a horse, at least not quickly. Even so, she would have expected to at least be confined somewhere, or maybe tied up. The way the two women were acting didn't seem to make any sense. If she asked them what they were after, they might actually tell her, but she had more important things on her mind at the moment. "Is it thorn apple and blowfish? And what's the ratio? What else do you add? How much do you need?" Suirei didn't answer immediately. "Tell me about what it's like right after you revive. I assume you're not able to move immediately." Without realizing what she was doing, Mao Mao had slid closer to Suirei, provoking a scowl from the other woman. Her hand was twitching. It hadn't done that before. After another moment Suirei said, "I don't think you need thorn apple." "You don't?" Mao Mao said. "It was written in a formula from another country. But I think the intention was to sustain a catatonic state in order to artificially produce slaves. I've heard that was the drug's original application." Then she held up her shivering left hand, a limb that had worked perfectly well before. "The shaking was a result of the resurrection drug. I got off with no worse than this, but a serious mistake could have cost me my memory." She didn't talk as though that were speculation, she sounded sure, so there must have been other test subjects besides Suirei. Creating a drug demanded a commensurate price. Trial and error was the only means to figure out the proper way to proceed. Mao Mao was well aware that this involved human testing, but she couldn't suppress her other feelings about the subject. "What about the revised formula, then?" Mao Mao asked, leaning slowly toward Suirei, her eyes widening, feeling gooseflesh all over her body. "We've only tried it on animals," she said. "Not humans, then. After all, for all they knew, they could be wrong. It might turn out that without the thorn apple, the subject never revived at all. Of course one would try it on animals first." Mao Mao's eyes sparkled, and she leaned in so close that she was practically nose to nose with Suirei. She placed her hand on her own chest, indicating that here, right here, was the perfect experimental subject. "We're not trying it on you." "Why not? Be my guest." "You're our hostage," Suirei said flatly. Mao Mao had to resist the urge to grab her by the collar and shake her until she acquiesced to giving her the drug. She couldn't waste this chance to find out more about it. Instead she simply backed down. "Hee hee. It's so nice to see you two getting along," Shisui chirped, taking a bite of fried bread. "After all, you and Mao Mao could both use some more friends, big sis." "Shut up," Suirei snapped. "Quiet," Mao Mao said at the exact same time. They certainly hadn't meant to speak in unison, but there it was. Mao Mao was sleeping in the same room as Suirei, while Shisui took the other room, the one with just a single bed. She whined that she wanted to sleep with the other girls, but Suirei chased her out and she went away muttering to herself. It wasn't as if Mao Mao and Suirei were spending the night chatting and gossiping. They hadn't last night, and they wouldn't tonight. Frankly, there wasn't much Mao Mao wanted to say to Suirei, but even if there had been, she doubted Suirei would have responded much. Maybe Mao Mao should have started by asking what the girls were after, but she never had. Finally, she thought maybe she should, but when she opened her mouth, she found a completely different question coming out. So you're pretty close with Shisui, it seems. You think so? Looks that way to me. That was the end of the conversation. Well, then. It showed how much of a social buffer Shisui provided for Suirei. When she got up the next morning, Mao Mao discovered a profusion of books on the table, lavishly illustrated encyclopedias of medicinal herbs. There were even some foreign volumes mixed in among them, depicting a wide variety of plants Mao Mao had never seen before. She was unable to read most of these books, but here and there papers were tucked among the pages with notes or translations. I'm going out. There's a guard outside, so don't get any ideas about running away, Suirei said as she left the room. I wouldn't worry. I don't think she'll want to, commented Shisui, who was already up and having some congee for breakfast. What did you do to get a guard posted on you? Asked the little shit, Kyu, who was there for some reason. He was dipping some fried bread in his congee. He was annoying, yes, but Mao Mao wasn't bothered. She was more interested in reading through the treasure trove of books in front of her. Huh? Not gonna eat? Shisui asked. Later. I can wait, Mao Mao said, intent on at least flipping the pages. Shisui, however, shoved some congee softened bread in Mao Mao's mouth. She chewed obligingly. How about a change of clothes? You're still in your sleepwear. Later. I can wait. It bugs me. Shisui loosened the belt of Mao Mao's pajamas. Mao Mao obediently stretched out her arms and kept reading while Shisui slid an overgarment onto her. Geez, look at this girl. She must think she's hot stuff. She acts like Lady Shenmei, Kyu said. Shenmei? Mao Mao was wondering who that was when Shisui smacked her in the small of the back. She rose out of her chair so Shisui could slide a skirt on her. Yeah, thanks, Kyu. Go clean up your bowl. Ah, why should I? Isn't that what servants are for? So you can't do anything without the servants? My, still such a child, I see. She knows how to press his buttons, Mao Mao thought, and indeed, the little boy who wanted so much to be seen as a grown-up did an about-face, noisily picking up his bowl and putting it on a tray and carrying it out of the room. Mao Mao half watched him, then nodded appreciatively. He's from a decent family, isn't he? He. In the land far to the east, they have a saying, the mighty must wane. She seemed to be saying that everyone, no matter how strong, eventually got old. That any house, no matter how great, would ultimately fall. Mao Mao paged quickly through the books while Shisui moved on to her hair. Where's your hair stick from yesterday, Mao Mao? Mao Mao pointed silently at the bedroom. Shisui jogged in and took the hair stick from beside Mao Mao's pillow. Then she combed Mao Mao's hair and tied it up. She let one bunch drape beside each ear, holding them together with hair ties. This is a really nice hair stick, she said. You have to be careful with it. You wouldn't want someone to steal it and sell it. Think it would be worth much? Worth much? Shisui flourished the hair stick in front of Mao Mao's face. Whoever made this was a very talented craftsperson. There aren't many of them in the capital. If an expert looked at this, they would know who had made it, and from there, who was likely to have placed the order. Just look at the care they put into the design they carved in it, all the little details you won't even see. Mao Mao remembered once when a courtesan had sold off an accessory a customer had given her as a gift, only to have the same customer buy it from the pawn shop and give it to her again as a present. It hadn't been comfortable. And she knew how persistent the giver of this particular hair stick could be, leaving her with the uneasy sense that it would one day come back to her. "I can't sell it," she said finally. "Only thing to do is to melt it back down for the metal, then," Shisui said, but somehow Mao Mao thought that felt wrong too. "It's still lacking something," Shisui said. She reached up and pulled the hairpin off her own head, placing it in Mao Mao's hair instead. "There, that's perfect. You're used to this. You get pretty good at it when you're beaten for being too slow," she said, the words sounding as natural as anything. "Beaten? It was hardly uncommon for a maid's employer to discipline her, but this sounded strange to Mao Mao. "If I couldn't give a decent massage, I got boiling water poured over my hands. I was so scared of it," Shisui said. "That is scary. Sounds like your mistress was a terrible person." The old madam had meted out discipline to Mao Mao more than once, but even that old bag knew where to draw the line. "Hit em where no one will see it, slap em so it won't leave a mark." Sure, she was probably thinking at least in part of making sure she didn't lower the value of her merchandise, but it was still a kind of mercy. "Hat. That was my mother," Shisui said, laughing. "Hope I never meet her," Mao Mao said, wondering what kind of mother would treat her daughter that way. "No. I guess some are worse," she thought, looking at the disfigured pinky finger on her left hand. "I get that. And that's why you have to be sure to just do what you're asked, Mao Mao." Shisui began putting away her comb. "I'll be going out today," she added. Then she left the room. It had been perhaps 6 hours. When Mao Mao got hungry, food was brought to her from the inn's kitchen. And there were so many books to read. The only thing she really had to frown about was that when she used the bathroom, her guard man had to accompany her. When she had gone through the books from cover to cover and learned all that was in them, Mao Mao gave a big yawn. She was sore from sitting so long. She poked her head out the window to get some fresh air. Her room was on the 3rd floor of the inn, the uppermost story, and as there were no taller buildings around, it provided a spectacular view. She could see steam drifting up from hot springs here and there. No, she couldn't peep down on anyone from her elevated vantage point. The baths were suitably covered, but even so, she could see most of the village. Beyond the palisade, a river flowed among rice paddies, and she could see the forest surrounding it all. The harvest was mostly over, the paddies bereft of their crop, which was now hanging out to dry. She spotted one field that hadn't been harvested. Just a corner of it, actually, there, the rice still hadn't ripened. It was standing smack in the shadow of a building, maybe a storehouse for the crop or something. It was quite an impressive piece of architecture. She recalled what the children had said the day before about a place where the rice didn't grow well. Maybe that patch was going unharvested while the owner waited for the crop to mature. Mao Mao stroked her chin. The plot didn't appear to be malnourished. And it was strange, the leftover part of the crop occupied a perfect square, tucked just within the shadow of the building. Could it be? She leaned out, staring intently at the patch of rice when there was a huge crash. Mao Mao almost tumbled out the window in her surprise. She managed to grab hold of the window frame, though, and then took a second to steady her breathing. "What are you doing?" It was the little shit. He'd come into the room, throwing the door open as hard as he could. Mao Mao marched over, stopped in front of Kyu, and, without another word, gave him a nudge. "Ow! That hurt. What's wrong with you? You should learn to enter a room more quietly." True, she'd struck him partly out of sheer spite, but it was his fault too. Maybe if he could have watched his mouth. When she finally let him go, Kyu looked at her reproachfully. "All right, you. Where's my big sis?" Not a clue. Shisui hadn't told Mao Mao where she was going. "You should have asked her." Mao Mao wasn't sure Shisui would have answered. Anyway, the field was of more interest to her at the moment. Why do you keep looking outside? Do you have any idea what that building is? Is it a storehouse? Huh. Mao Mao pointed to the structure on the edge of the village. It was the biggest of several around it. Ah, that's the chief's storehouse. I guess all the fields around there belong to him. So I was right. Uh-huh. But they don't use it much, Kyu said, opening his mouth with its ridiculous gap in his front teeth. We've got these other storehouses with high floors, to keep the rats out, and that's where they put everything. That building over there, I don't think they're even using it right now. But it's still there. Yet, cause the chief's a skinflint. He won't even pay to have it knocked down. Mao Mao's response was a heartfelt, huh? Huh? She stepped away from the window and began to page frantically through the book she had just finished. I'm sure it said. She found one of the pages with a piece of note paper stuck to it and swallowed heavily. No doubt Shisui and Suirei had assumed that having so many books to read would keep Mao Mao quiet, but they had failed to reckon with the nature of her curiosity. It was an emotional force that bubbled up from within her, filling her entire body. She found it almost unbearable to be just sitting in this room reading. Hey, what's going on? You look scary, Kyu said. No. Damn. Her personal quirks were showing themselves again, and when she got like this, she couldn't stop them, even if she knew intellectually that she should. Even if they were about to cause her to do something impossibly foolish. But if she had been any other way, she wouldn't have been Mao Mao. What, you want to go there? Kyu asked. Yes, but there was a guard outside. And she couldn't get out the window, they were 3 stories up. Actually, getting out wasn't impossible, she could use sheets to make an improvised ladder, or even work her way down clinging to the wall if she really wanted to. But it would have been much too obvious. The window faced the street, and she would have been noticed and recaptured immediately. Can I get there? She asked, not really expecting much. Kyu smirked at her. It's not impossible. Tell me how. Mao Mao's eyes were round. Kyu, evidently pleased by this reaction, trotted over to the adjacent room, the one Shisui slept in. Come in, help me, he commanded. Mao Mao wondered what she was helping with. It turned out to be pushing a chest of drawers. She pushed, not entirely sure why, but then with a heavy scrape the chest began to move, revealing a door behind it. This actually goes to the room next door, he said. That one's mine. Placing a large chest of drawers was certainly one way to divide off the rooms in whatever manner was desired. And there isn't another chest on the other side of the door. It's fine. I moved it already. I thought maybe I could give Sis a good fright, but this thing was in the way. Then Kyu opened the door. It wasn't even locked, it must have been assumed that no one would actually bother to move the chests on both sides of it. Kyu's space was laid out the same way as the sleeping chambers Mao Mao and the women occupied. The bed was covered with a mess of paper and brushes. She was reminded of a thought she'd had when they were painting the masks, that in spite of appearances, the brat was quite the little artist. Come in, this way, Kyu said, but he wasn't pointing at the exit. The bedroom looked the same as in Mao Mao's space, but the living room was a little different. Unlike the decorative window in her room, this one had a big door that led onto a balcony. The balcony ran past the next room over, and the room beyond that. There were dividers, but they were just decorative bars that it would be easy to slip past. Go as far as you can, and you'll see the roof of a covered walkway that leads to a separate building. Jump down and you can get away, no problem. The separate building was behind the inn, so she would probably escape notice as long as she was careful. You really know your way around. Heh. I'm the only one who doesn't have any studying to do. In other words, he'd been sneaking out of here every day. The brat seemed awfully knowledgeable about this town for someone living in a traveler's lodge. He must have been here quite a while. At bath resorts, it wasn't uncommon for people to stay for long stretches as they sought to cure an illness. Kyu, though, didn't appear weakened by any kind of condition. Mao Mao, not particularly interested in pursuing the subject anyway, slipped through the bars, grateful that she was such a twig. Kyu followed her. She looked at him as if to ask what he was doing, and he said, "If you're gonna go to all the trouble of sneaking out, I figure I might as well come with you." He sounded awfully condescending. "Bah, fine." And that was how Mao Mao finally escaped. Once Mao Mao was out of the inn, the rest was easy. Unlike when she'd entered the village, the guard was more than happy to let her out, maybe because it had been dark when they'd arrived. The fields, empty after the harvest, gave her a good view of whether there was anyone around, and she didn't expect any trouble with wild animals in broad daylight. "So, what are we doing?" Kyu asked. "There's something I want to check," Mao Mao answered, and then they were there, standing in front of the as yet unharvested patch of rice. Kyu tore off an ear of the crop. "Think they just aren't getting enough nourishment here?" "Unlikely." Mao Mao looked at the storehouse next to the field. There was a big window in the plaster wall, a simple opening without bars or anything, though at the moment it was shut tight. Mao Mao picked up a twig and used it to compare the width of the window with that of the patch of rice. The rice patch was slightly larger. "I think this rice gets light on it all night long," Mao Mao said. "Huh? What do you mean?" A growing plant could be influenced by changes in the environment. Just as Mao Mao had induced her blue roses to bloom out of season, something external might have affected this rice. Generally, plenty of light was beneficial for plant growth, but there were times when it could be just the opposite. Maybe the constant light, even during the night, had caused this rice to mature slowly. Something similar sometimes happened near the Pleasure District, itself a place that never slept. "You mean the rice didn't grow because it's always bright?" Kyu asked. "Just my guess," Mao Mao replied. Judging by the location and size of the window, though, she seemed to be on the right track. Since it had no bars, it was probably left open all during the long, hot summer days of work. That, however, raised a question: why would there have been a light on all night in a supposedly disused storehouse? Mao Mao had a thought about that. "I assume there are rats here." "Oh, yeah. Doesn't matter how many traps we set, they keep coming. In other words, you could catch as many as you wanted." She thought back to what Suire had said about how the new drug hadn't yet been tested on human subjects. It had, however, been tested on animals, and what kind of animal might it have been tested on? Something small and easily caught, perhaps? Moreover, the books Mao Mao had been given contained several marginal notes detailing the results of experiments on rats. There had been too many books in the room for Suire to have been carrying them all around by herself. They must have been brought from somewhere in the village. Mao Mao did a quick circuit around the storehouse. In addition to the window, there was a single door, but it was locked. "Move." Kyu suddenly had a piece of wire in his hand. He worked noisily at the lock for a moment, and soon undid the simple latch. This kid's trouble, Mao Mao thought. But she was also grateful for his help. They entered the storehouse to find it divided into two rooms. Mao Mao decided to start with the one with the window. She found both exactly what she expected and much more. What she expected was the rats in cages. They were accompanied by a veritable pile of papers covered with notes, not to mention the bones of mysterious animals, dried herbs, and what appeared to be some kind of innards. They carried a very distinct smell. There was a shelf lined with small bottles. A piece of paper was posted by each one with a date, the ingredients, and the amounts thereof. Kyu was looking at them with interest, but it distracted him from the far more shocking thing in the room. It looked like a metal tube, but it was in pieces. It would have been impossible to tell what it was from the individual bits. But Mao Mao recognized it. It was a FIFA gun, like the ones the assassins had used in the attempt on Jinchi's life. What are these doing here? Their presence would explain a good deal, but there was no time for Mao Mao to gather her thoughts, for there was a loud click from outside. Mao Mao slapped a hand over Kyuyu's mouth and hid in a corner of the room. Said a woman slowly. Is anyone here? Her footsteps went clack clack clack. Perhaps someone forgot to lock the door. No, ma'am, I highly doubt it, a man's voice replied. But there were more than 2 sets of footsteps. And yet it was open. Who was it who was supposed to lock up? The words were slow, almost languorous, yet for some reason, her tone sent a shock of fear through Mao Mao. And it seemed she wasn't the only one. Kyuyu was shaking in her arms. Very slowly, she took her hand off his mouth. He whispered. She gave him a questioning look. This is bad. It's her, his face was twisted. The footsteps came closer, and with them came another new aroma, mingling with the unmistakable smell that already filled the room. There was a rustling of cloth that suggested the woman was looking one way and then the other, but Mao Mao could only see her feet. Or rather, their feet. There appeared to be 6 women's feet and 4 men's. Or was that just 2 feet belonging to men? The other pair was dressed in a man's outfit, but Mao Mao thought she recognized it was the one Suirei had been wearing that morning. Any problems? One of the women asked. She had a distinctive accent, something else Mao Mao recognized. She began to shake all over, sweat pouring off her, but she saw it, the woman's eyes were covered by a veil. It covered her hair, too, but it couldn't conceal the color of her eyes. A piercing sky blue of foreigner's eyes. No, it's nothing. It seems I was imagining things. The woman turned and made to leave the room. Mao Mao was just about to let out the smallest breath of relief, but then the woman reached for the waist of the man, whom Mao Mao assumed was a guard. The next instant, Mao Mao caught her breath again as a bit of her hair went drifting to the ground. A sword was lodged in the wall beside her, still vibrating audibly. It had happened so quickly that she'd hardly seen it. The next thing she knew, however, the curtain had been pulled aside and an older woman was staring down at her. She was in her 50s, perhaps, dressed in ostentatious makeup and clothing. She was beautiful, but age would have its way with her in time. The woman wore hair accessories as garish as her outfit, and there were nail caps on her pinky and ring fingers that extended the nails by a good 2 sun. Her rouged lips curved gracefully as she stared down at the puny girl curled up in front of her. It's just another rat, she said, and she did indeed look as if she were staring at a filthy rodent. Suirei. Yes, ma'am. Suirei took a step forward and the woman struck her hard with the folding fan she was holding. Mao Mao privately gasped. You need to at least keep your rats under control. I'm very sorry, ma'am, Suirei said, her eyes on the ground. This boy, I know him. Adi Shenmei, I'm sorry. Kyuyu was trembling violently, it was all he could do to squeeze the words out. That's Honorable Shiro's son, Suirei said, even as she pressed a trembling hand to her face. Was all Shenmei said. Then she turned to the other woman with her. This person was about the right age to be her daughter, and like the woman called Shenmei, she was wearing garish makeup. Mother, dear, it's only the mischief of some little children. Let's hurry and go, this other woman said. There was no trace of the innocent lilt that normally characterized her speech. She'd put aside her village girl outfit in favor of a lavish dress. Her hair was tied up high, and decorated with an accessory in the shape of a bird from a foreign land. So that's what was going on. Mao Mao had deliberately decided not to pursue the matter. She'd been on the verge of asking back when the connection with Suirei had first become apparent, but then she'd chosen not to. She'd been so sure that it wouldn't matter what she knew or didn't know, but now it seemed perhaps she should have taken things a little more seriously. Now who's the tanuki? Heh. I've got an idea. Since they're here, why not bring them along, said Shenmei. Age had somewhat dimmed her beauty, yet in her time she must have been astoundingly lovely. She was smiling, but Mao Mao felt that smile grasp her heart like an iron vice. You don't mind, do you, Lulin? Shenmei said to Shisui. Chapter 15, The Stronghold. They left the hot springs town and bumped along in a carriage for half a day, until they arrived at some kind of fortress. Mao Mao was deposited in one of the rooms. "I never intended to bring you here," Suire informed her. Her cheek was red and swollen. She'd always seemed quiet and serious, but her expression was darker than ever now. She'd never exactly been the cheerful type, but a cloud seemed to hover over her. Mao Mao understood why, having observed the exchange in the storehouse. Mao Mao had snuck into the storehouse, where she'd been discovered by a middle-aged woman called Shen Mei. And Shen Mei had called Shisui by the name Lulin. "I see it now," Mao Mao thought. She'd had an inkling it would have been strange if she hadn't noticed anything. Mao Mao had met consort Lulin only once, when she gave a special class to the emperor's 4 favorite ladies and their ladies-in-waiting. Lulin, dressed in garish apparel, had taken in the lecture with hardly a twitch of her face. Consort Gyakuyo having a perfectly pleasant time and consort Li Hua ever studious had asked questions. Consort Li Shu had been in no condition to ask anything, as Mao Mao recalled. But consort Lulin not only hadn't asked anything, but had hardly spoken at all the entire time. Mao Mao hadn't given it much thought. Of course a noble wouldn't feel obliged to speak to a mere serving woman like her, but now she understood. Mao Mao had realized Shisui no, Lulin was well bred by her possessions and the nuances of her behavior. She'd hidden from the Empress Dowager so she wouldn't realize who Shisui really was. Probably the same reason she'd gone to another consort when Li Shu had appeared in the bath. Mao Mao, meanwhile, hadn't noticed anything amiss when they'd first met over Mao Mao, the cat, so Lulin hadn't been particularly careful around Mao Mao after that. She's quite an actor, though. Other than her notable predilection for bugs, Lulin was a perfectly ordinary young woman. She could munch on snacks with Xiaolan and chat about the latest gossip. She was like a tanuki, fabled for its ability to transform itself. Her disguise had fooled them all. "Let's put her to the whip," Shen Mei had said upon finding Mao Mao. She sounded almost cheerful, her voice had all the gravity of someone suggesting a tea party in the garden. "Do you suppose 100 lashes would do? Go ready a whipping post." "Lady Shen Mei," Suire began. Shen Mei's hand moved the instant she began to speak, the folding fan she was holding connecting with Suire's cheek once again. Suire took a step back, but remained expressionless and looked at the ground. She was pale and her hand was trembling slightly, her breath was coming in the same quick pants as it had after their encounter with the snake. "This is bad, bad, bad," Mao Mao thought, feeling herself start to sweat all over. She understood now why Qiu was shaking so hard. This woman was dangerous. There were certain nobles you never wanted to meet, and this woman was one of them. Worse, Mao Mao was less than an insect in her eyes. She'd been discovered sneaking around where she didn't belong. Of course the woman would have her finished off under the guise of disciplining her. And what about this little child? What shall we do with him? I suppose he does need to be taught some manners. Qiu, terrified, clung to Mao Mao. Honored mother, Lulin, the ostentatious hair stick bobbing in her hair, stepped forward, her voice like the chill ring of a bell. "Didn't you say that we needed a new apothecary?" Then she looked at Mao Mao, but her eyes were vacant, like they belonged to a porcelain doll. Shen Mei's face contorted for a second, but then she hid her mouth with her folding fan and studied Mao Mao. "She doesn't look like any apothecary I've ever seen." "I agree. But believe it or not, she's more than 30 years old. She's spent her days testing medicines on herself, until she's come to age more slowly than normal people." Lulin took Mao Mao's left hand and rolled up her sleeve, revealing the bandage-wrapped arm. "I know not which concoction it is. But one of them seems as if it may be connected to the elixir of immortality. She may find it, presuming she doesn't fail and die as the last man did." Lulin sounded downright nonchalant. "Elixir of immortality? The last man?" Shen Mei knitted her brow, clearly disappointed by this. "If you say so. I suppose that's that, then." She flipped the shawl of her dress back and turned to the foreign emissary watching from behind her. "Shall we resume our discussion, then, Lady Isla?" Shenmei somehow managed to sound condescending despite the respectful term of address. The foreign emissary with the veil over her head followed after her. Both, however, were women of no small pride, and each looked less than friendly toward the other as they walked along. Mao Mao was once again about to breathe a sigh of relief when Shenmei stopped. "This apothecary of yours can't possibly do proper work in this place. Let's bring her back to the stronghold with us." A nasty little curl came over her rouged lips. Which brings us to the present moment. Mao Mao found herself in a storage space that was, she was told, the room the previous apothecary had been using. It was a bit of a mess, but there was certainly apothecary-ish stuff lying around, and a wicker trunk crammed to bursting with books. Mao Mao looked at Suirei. "You're half-sisters? Different mothers?" She wasn't asking so much as confirming. "She's the only one who treats me like her older sister." What was there to say except that this helped everything make sense? She'd heard Lulin was Shisho's only daughter. Considering how fearsome his wife was, she hardly seemed like the type to afford equal treatment to a child she hadn't born herself. Indeed, it seemed she hardly wanted Suirei to exist. "Lady Shenmei despises me. It drives her to these things," Suirei said, rubbing her red, swollen cheek. Mao Mao had a thought. "May I ask you something?" "What?" "Is it possible that Shisui was your name first?" Lulin seemed inordinately fond of the name Shisui. It was a perfectly ordinary name, but it combined the Shi of the Shi clan with the Sui of Suirei. Far too simple as pseudonyms went. Anyway, the more common versions of the name would have used the character purple for Shi, or perhaps offspring. Lulin had chosen some unique characters, but the name sounded the same. "That's right," Suirei said. "But when Lady Shenmei came back from the rear palace, she couldn't bear the thought of me. And she hated that one of the characters in my name was related to the clan. First Shenmei had chased the young Suirei and her mother out of the mansion, then treated them like servants. Finally she'd taken even Suirei's name, giving it to her own blood daughter as if it were a simple childhood moniker. As if she had done it out of spite. Thus Shisho had 2 daughters, yet one of them had been raised in the lap of every courtly beauty, to be offered as a flower to the emperor, while the other was shrouded in darkness to sow discord in the rear palace. Now Mao Mao saw why the assassins had made that attempt on Jinchi's life if they were Shisho's agents. Even Mao Mao had heard more than once about the sharp difference in opinion between the 2 men about how the rear palace should be run. But something still bothered Mao Mao. She took the hair stick from her hair and looked at it. Shisui no, Lulin had told her it was valuable. Yet there was someone who could afford to simply give it away. Someone who wielded great influence even outside the rear palace despite his youth. Jinchi. The man who was more than just a eunuch indeed, who wasn't even a eunuch. Mao Mao stared at the hair stick but then she stopped. "What is it?" Suirei asked, watching her. "When you entered the rear palace as a eunuch, how did they examine you?" Bit of an abrupt question, isn't it? Suirei said, looking at the ground. One might almost think she was embarrassed. But then she said, "It's a physical exam. They feel you, just over your undergarments. You don't even have to take anything off." That was how Suirei had been able to get in. She'd never had what they were looking for and it probably never occurred to them that a woman might sneak in disguised as a eunuch. But it was easier than getting a man past the same hurdle. Any chance an straight man could do it. 3 officials check you, from 3 different departments. It would be tough to bribe everybody. If any one of the 3 didn't take the bait, the others could expect worse than a little beating when it came out that they had let a man into the rear palace. Too much risk for a little pocket change. You'd never get all of them to go along with it. So then how had Jinchi gotten in? Only a few men can come and go in the rear palace as they please, namely the emperor and his immediate relatives. No. The ages don't match up. But She'd often thought that Jinchi was younger than he looked. Not a child, she wouldn't go that far, but he gave a distinctly youthful impression. Although she suspected all too few other women in the rear palace would agree with her. Mao Mao didn't say anything for a long moment. "What are you thinking?" Suirei asked. "Oh, nothing." "All right, better set that aside for now." Come to think of it, she felt like Jinchi had been trying to have some kind of important conversation with her when they'd been on that hunt. Might it have had something to do with this subject? If she hadn't noticed, it was his fault for having such superb oxbezoars around. Oxbezoars made people insane. Fearsome things. But anyway, she had to think about the situation she was in now. They'd traveled about a half-day by carriage from the hot springs village. Judging by the position of the sun as she'd been able to make it out through the curtain, they'd gone north. Partway through the journey the landscape had turned white, and snow had begun to fall. So we're either well to the north or up in the mountains, Mao Mao thought. Shenmei had spoken of a stronghold. And indeed, this place had high walls all around and a cliffside at its back. More a stronghold than a castle. That courtly-looking woman, in a stronghold? She didn't seem like the type to set foot in such a place. Then again, that could just be Mao Mao's bias. She knew from experience how tough and stubborn noble women could be. But this seemed like pushing it. It was almost as if Shenmei saw herself as at war. Wait. Mao Mao thought of the fifa she'd seen in the storehouse. She thought about how unusual it was that a foreign emissary like the woman called Isla should even be in a place like this. So that's what's going on. There'd been rumors for some time now that the emissaries had been in secret talks with someone or other. What if it had been the Shi clan? What if that was how the brand new fifa had arrived? And what if the gun had been disassembled in order to understand it so that more could be produced? Are you planning to start a war? Suirei, who had been about to leave the room, stopped. It's not my decision to make. Considering what Lady Lulan said, I'd suggest you get started on the medicine. Oh, you don't have to ask me twice. You don't have to ask me at all. Good. There'll be food. There's a toilet in the next room down the hall if you need it. And whatever you do, don't make Lady Shenmei mad. Yes. Whatever I do. Mao Mao didn't know what kind of discipline would await her if she failed to heed this advice. But Suirei left the room without a backward glance. All right, what to do now? Mao Mao looked around the room, thinking. The entrance was locked, there were bars on the windows, and the ground outside was piled with pure, white snow. Suirei hadn't bothered to tell her not to try running away. Was that because escape was impossible? Or was it her way of saying, if you're going to do it, at least do it right? She opened the door to find a narrow hallway, at the far end of which was the restroom. Such facilities were normally located outside, or at least on the first floor, but she was on the third floor here. It couldn't be easy to keep the thing clean. But evidently they were less concerned with convenience than with preventing any opportunity for escape. They said there was another apothecary here before me. Had he been confined too? They said he'd died trying one of his own concoctions. It almost made sense, and then, it didn't. Mao Mao crossed her arms and decided to let the subject lie for the time being. There were more important things to do. Yes, things like. Mao Mao began to smile as she approached the packed wicker trunk and opened the lid. It was all but overflowing with books. She was curious about the medicine cabinet along the wall, as well, but this could come first. Ah! She exclaimed without meaning to. To her, the wicker trunk may as well have been a treasure chest. She began rifling through the contents, cackling like a madwoman. It was always Suirei who brought her meals, which consisted of soup and a side vegetable. Not bad, even if they did tend to be a little cold. There were a lot of dried ingredients, though, they could almost have qualified as field rations. Mao Mao sat on her bed with her legs crossed. She'd had a look through all the books in the room. She thought it had taken about 5 days, although it was hard to be sure. It wasn't exactly good manners to rest her chin on her hands and her elbows in front of her, but there was no one here to scold her. A war. What a thing to stumble on. Mao Mao glanced out the window for a moment. Everything was white outside. She suspected the harvest was over, and they were approaching the time of year when there would be no farming to do. She thought she'd heard it said once that war was something that happened when the farmers had too much free time. From what she could see through the window, they appeared to be on very high ground with a mountain at their backs. Not a bad location for a stronghold. She sketched a map on the tabletop with her finger. If they were in the northern lands, Shihokushu, then this stronghold must have been located right on the country's border. Mao Mao tossed herself back on the bed, grabbing her hair. She tried to picture a half-circle to the north of the capital. 10 days by boat. Then walking to the hot springs village, and then another half-day by carriage. Were there any mountains in that range? If I'd known things were going to turn out like this, I would have studied. The exam for court ladies had included some questions about geography, she seemed to recall. But every time she'd opened the book to study, she'd only ended up falling asleep, so she hardly remembered any of it. She did remember Jinchi's lady-in-waiting Suiren jabbing her awake. I even miss the jabbing, now. Just then, Mao Mao heard raised voices from the hallway. She recognized one of them. Curious, she hopped off the bed and put her ear to the door. Young master, you mustn't play there. Ah, why not? I haven't explored over here yet. It was Kyu. They must have brought him here along with Mao Mao. She remembered Suirei frowning at the idea. She could hear other children behind him. Wait. There are other kids here? What are you doing? You'll miss out on your snack. Whatever. Hey, save some for me. Mao Mao, rocked by the realization that there were children in the stronghold, slid down against the wall and let out a long breath. This place might be built like a fortress, but it was all too obvious what would happen if it came to a siege. As far as Mao Mao was aware, the current emperor was a relatively merciful ruler. But there were still lines that were not to be crossed. One palace woman who had attempted to kill a high consort had been sentenced to hang, and her family mutilated. Some such measures were unavoidable if the emperor was to maintain his authority. Just imagine, then, what would happen if a rebellion on this scale were to be discovered. No member of the clan would be left alive. Not even children and infants. Was that why the children were here? Because someone who understood the stakes had brought them? Mao Mao sighed again. She hugged her knees to her chest, resting her chin on them. She should just forget about everyone else. She didn't have time to be thinking about things like this. And yet her heart was unbearably, inescapably heavy. Chapter 16, La Han. Sometime after noon, a diminutive, fox-eyed man showed up at Jinchi's office. La Han. Gao Shun and Basin were at the office along with Jinchi, and they were dealing with an even larger mass of paperwork than usual. So that's what's happened, Jinchi said. It's only a guess, but yes, that's what I think. La Han was a remarkable man. Being eccentric, but extraordinarily good at one particular thing, seemed to be a La family trait. By closely analyzing the movement of goods and metal, he had discovered that the Shi clan was up to something. La Han indicated a point on a map, a disused stronghold. For anyone, even a family whose loyal service stretched back to the days of Wang Mu, to rebuild an abandoned fortress for their own use could only be considered an act of treason. Jinchi wanted to clutch his head in his hands, but in deference to the fact that there was already a father and son team present with profound furrows in their brows, he refrained. Just as he was telling himself that he had to focus on thinking about what to do, there was a jingle of the doorbell. He could hear footsteps approaching, and then the door was thrown open. Might I ask what you're doing in here? The question came from none other than the monocled strategist. Ah! Father! La Han, who had looked so confident until a moment before, frowned, folded up the map on the desk, and pursed his lips. Lahan, you can't just go barging into the offices of noblemen. People will get the wrong idea. Strange ideas. So saying, Lagan helped himself to a spot on the office couch, the one he'd had brought here himself on one of his previous incursions. He had yet to take it back, and so it still sat there. Particularly when no one can tell if the noble you are visiting is a man or a woman, he went on maliciously. Basin, standing beside Jinchi, was about to step forward and offer a few choice words of his own, but Gao Shun held out a hand to stop him. They understood why Lagan was angry. His daughter had been abducted from under their noses, right out of the rear palace. This was a man who had smashed his way into the rear palace to find his girl. The only surprise was that it had taken him this long to come to Jinchi. Very well, Jinchi would submit to his slings and arrows. That was his responsibility. But he doubted Lagan had come here merely to abuse him. Lahan stepped back dejectedly and worked his way behind Gao Shun. So there were things even this young man had trouble coping with. He seemed to be whispering something to Gao Shun. Basin was eyeing him skeptically, clearly wondering who this abacus-wielding interloper was. Gao Shun summoned a messenger. Whatever he was doing seemed to hold no interest for the strategist, who stretched out on the couch and gave Jinchi a cold stare. I understand what you're saying, Master Strategist. It was my own fecklessness that caused this, Jinchi said. And he did understand, even if this was the first he was learning about the secret passage, even if no one had known about it before, it had been used for kidnapping and escape, and the responsibility lay squarely with him. Truer words were never spoken, Lagan said. What I want now is for you to rescue my daughter immediately. Ah, how simple things would have been if only he were capable of that. At this moment, Jinchi was clearly Lagan's enemy and everyone at court knew you didn't want to make Lagan your enemy. Yet even the strategist must have realized that open feuding with Jinchi at this point would serve no one. He had another foe, not Jinchi, but Shisho. Jinchi thought about what had brought the strategist to his office. The man before him wasn't interested in apprehending the culprits of a would-be rebellion against the throne. His priority was to rescue his dear, sweet daughter. Jinchi couldn't fathom exactly what the man might be thinking, but he had obviously decided that the quickest way to get what he wanted was to come to Jinchi. A lower official came in with tea, but when he saw the people present and registered the tension among them, he set the drinks down quickly and showed himself out. Nobody touched the steaming tea, which gradually went cold. If only their heads could cool off so easily, but it was not to be. You do a sorry job in your sorry state. And you think things are just going to work out for you like that? Jinchi understood exactly what Lagan thought was sorry about him. He realized the strategist saw through him. Saw that Jinchi had carved out this position for himself in order to run away, because he had no confidence in what was supposed to be his true place. The eye behind the monocle narrowed. Perhaps Lagan was hoping to make himself feel better, even the smallest bit, by cornering Jinchi in his own office. Basin looked ready to launch himself at Lagan, but Gao Shun held him back. Lahan looked on, distinctly and obviously uncomfortable. Other sounds seemed to fade into the background. Jinchi heard clearly only the words of the strategist. What more do you think you can do in the sorry guise of a half-man? His voice was ruthless and cruel. There was a long moment in which Jinchi was unsure how to respond. Finally he opened his mouth, but another, calmer voice spoke before he could. My apologies. I had no idea you took such a dim view of us. They discovered a stooped old man standing in the entryway. Behind him were some eunuchs, breathing heavily. They carried a palanquin in which they had evidently brought him at a dead run. The old man, Luo Men, nodded to them, then entered the office, dragging one leg. Not, of course, that it was my personal preference to become a eunuch, he said. Lagan waved his hands in a mild panic in the direction of the huddled old man. Honored uncle. I meant nothing of the sort. I wasn't talking about you. No? And yet here I am, a sorry half-man. Can't even walk properly. reduced to riding around in a palanquin like a prince. In any case, am I not also culpable for my failure to have kept a proper eye on Mao Mao? His aspect was almost grandmotherly, his mild gaze was upon the fox strategist. The military man with his monocle was so cowed he looked almost ridiculous. Phew! Just in time, mumbled La Han from behind them. When he whispered to Gao Shun, it must have been to suggest he summon Luo Men. La Han, and Luo Men together made quite the spectacle. La Han, imperious until a moment before, now acted like a young boy trying to soothe his distraught mother. Jinshi could almost have laughed out loud, but with a struggle, he refrained. He glanced behind himself to see Gao Shun with deep furrows on his brow, probably also restraining laughter. Only Basin seemed oblivious to what was going on, the question mark all but floating over his head as he listened to this exchange between uncle and nephew. You always have tended to get aggressive when you're angry. But you must think of who you're dealing with when you act. I understand that, honored uncle. Even I know that much. I was simply responding in kind to what was said to me. I didn't come here with the slightest intention of going so far. Jinshi had hardly said anything to La Han, but he chose to remain quiet on that point for now. It was the politic thing to do. I should hope not. Perhaps you could tell him what really brought you here, then. Politely. Luo Men patted La Han on the shoulder. Silently, La Han turned toward Jinshi. Then he got up, knelt before Jinshi, and pressed his fist into his palm in a gesture of respect. I come in supplication. I humbly request that you mobilize the army to strike against the rebel, Shisho. La Han was a Grand Commandant, in other words, a Secretary of Military Affairs. Jinshi understood what it meant for such a person to ask for the army to be mobilized. The Shi clan appears to have been manufacturing FIFA of the newest kind for years, La Han added. We have more than enough evidence of their treachery. He once again spread the materials he had shown Jinshi earlier on the desk. And that was not even to mention the attempted assassination of Jinshi or Lulin's flight from the rear palace. Corruption ought to be rooted out and destroyed as quickly as possible, said Luo Men, even though he winced as he spoke. The kind-hearted doctor was cut to the quick by the thought of war, even against rebels. Moreover, he knew what it meant for La Han to make this request of Jinshi. Why the strategist had upbraided him as a half-man. For the government to move against the Shi clan would mean bringing to bear the forbidden army, a force commanded directly by the emperor. It was not a senior captain like La Han who would command these troops, but the one who stood at the very zenith of this nation. The emperor, though, could not simply jump up and march out of the capital. As such, a substitute would be necessary. How long do you mean to deceive us with that assumed form? La Han said, watching Jinshi through his monocle. Or rather, watching the man Ka Ziwigetsu, who wore Jinshi like a second skin. Ziwigetsu swallowed heavily. He'd always known this moment would come. Now it had. It was time for him to face it. Chapter 17, Taiban. Tell me, if you would, is my medicine ready yet? Exactly once per day, Mao Mao was permitted to leave the room in which she was confined in order to be taken, under guard, to Shenmei. Shenmei's room was so luxurious, one would never have believed it was in the middle of a fortress. The floor was covered by a thick rug of foreign make, and the furniture was likewise exotic. Aromas of tea and flowers and honey drifted through the air. The mistress of the room was reclining in an easy chair, a lady-in-waiting polishing the nails of her left hand. A young man knelt nearby, massaging her feet. The room was thick with the smell of incense. Behind Shenmei was a large bed on which some women were rolling around and giggling. There was another odor in the air too, alcohol. The room was redolent of sheer decadence. Mao Mao sniffed audibly. It's some kind of mixture, she thought. A base of musk water, cut with several other ingredients. The women lounging on the bed looked oddly lethargic, hard to tell if it was drunkenness or something else. Lulin was behind Shenmei, munching on a snack. Suire was combing her hair. In some other setting, they might have looked like two sisters sharing a sweet moment. Here, they looked only like master and servant. I believe it will take a little longer yet, Mao Mao replied. Gracious! Is that so? With a wave of her fan, Shen Mei sent Mao Mao back out of the room. Once she was safely back in the hallway, Mao Mao let out a deep sigh. Then she saw a familiar face looking in her direction. Hey, apothecary! That smart aleck tone, it was Qiu. She'd never specifically told him her name, and he hadn't actually been introduced to her, hence why he simply called her apothecary. Behind him was a lady-in-waiting she took to be his minder, along with 4 other boys. Yes? How can I help you? She asked politely. What she wanted to say was, yeah, what is it, you little shit? But this was hardly the time or place. Even Mao Mao had a sense of self-preservation, and with the lady-in-waiting and her burly guard present, she couldn't afford to level any abuse at him. Ew, creepy, he exclaimed. I want to smack him so bad. Mao Mao privately promised herself that the next time they were alone, she would give him the nudgy of a lifetime. Although, sadly, it didn't seem like she was going to have the chance anytime soon. If you don't need anything from me, sir, I'd like to go back to my room. Mao Mao's situation was far from ideal, but she didn't object to what she was actually doing. She was provided with a supply of drugs that would have served admirably even in a proper medical office, even if many of them were getting old. And she was thrilled to have so many written materials to work with. Whoever the apothecary before her had been, they were quite talented. Hey, were there any other women in there? Yes, sir. I mean, for what it's worth. They hadn't been in much of a state to be seen by a young child. Such dissolution was not for the eyes of little boys. True, by the time she was Q's age, Mao Mao had been more acquainted with the copulation of men and women than that of, say, cats or dogs, and any blushing embarrassment she might once have felt at the thought was long gone. But this was different. So, my mom's in there. Did she look okay? I know she's been busy with work. After a second, Mao Mao replied, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you. I don't know which of the women you mean. Oh. Qiu looked downcast. There wasn't much Mao Mao could say. She thought she knew which woman was his mother, but she hadn't been fit to tell him about. Guess that's how it goes, huh? I mean, mom's busy. Maybe I should have waited back at the village for her. So that's his story. She didn't know whose idea it had been, but it had been a wise choice. Better to have him stay at the hot springs town than see his mother here. Maybe it had even been his mother's idea. If you'll excuse me, she said. Oh, hey. Qiu looked like he was about to say something to Mao Mao, but then he glanced around and was silent. Whatever he'd wanted to say, evidently this wasn't the place for it. If I may, then. Yeah, sure. Mao Mao went back to her room. Several more days passed, each much the same as the others. The one thing that seemed really strange to Mao Mao was how she could hear children's voices outside her door. Qiu and the others, maybe? Each time they approached, a lady-in-waiting would scold them and lead them away. Evidently they were supposed to steer clear of this room. I guess I understand. Small animals were brought into Mao Mao's room for experimental purposes. She kept the place as clean as she could, but it couldn't exactly be called hygienic. It does sort of stink in here. The smell came partly from the rats, but sometimes there was a whiff of something else, something vile. A smell not unlike animal dung or rotten eggs. She often caught the smell drifting up from the stairs when she was taken to Shen Mei's room. Maybe they were doing something on one of the lower levels. She thought back to the disassembled FIFA she'd seen at the village. Maybe they were researching the weapons here too. I hope nothing explodes, she thought. But at the moment, she had no time to worry about such things. The materials left by the previous apothecary showed that in pursuit of an immortality drug, many experiments had been done regarding a resurrection drug as well. Her predecessor hadn't been far from either, but neither had they been precisely close. Yet Suire had successfully revived on the basis of these experiments, so they'd had their worth. As for the drug that really mattered, the elixir of immortality, there were only the most basic remarks, beauty products and things that might help purify the body's systems. Well, what else could one expect? There's no such thing as a panacea, after all. Nothing cures all ills. In the same way, the deterioration of the human body could be slowed, but it could never be stopped. Live a decent life, eat nutritious foods, and exercise regularly, that was the best method. But Shenmei wanted something she could simply take a sip of and make herself 10 years younger. And there is no such thing. Mao Mao understood that perfectly well, yet she had her pride as an apothecary, and doing nothing was clearly not an option. "I guess this isn't any easier for you than it is for me," she said to the rats. Then, too, while they might be there purely to have drugs tested out on them, they were being fed regularly, so they were plumper than your ordinary rat. They had one pair for breeding, and kept the rest separated, lest the fortress be overrun with rats' pawn. She considered the fact that to judge whether an immortality drug had worked, she would have to observe the rat for at least the duration of its natural life. "It's enough to make me lightheaded." According to the last apothecary's materials, rats generally lived about 3 years, maybe 4 in some exceptional individual cases. "And I'm sure as hell not going to be here for 4 years. Nonetheless, she set about making the chubby rat's food. That was what she was doing when she heard a voice outside. There were footsteps too. It was time for the changing of the guard. "Maybe that means I'll get to eat soon." She knew by now that breakfast and dinner usually arrived after the guard was changed. She set down her mortar and pestle, yawned widely, and stretched her arms, making little circles with them. Then there was a thump. She saw something on the ground by the door frame. When she got closer, she discovered a scrap of paper that seemed to have gotten wedged under the door. She opened it and found a message in a child's messy scrawl, "Run for it. I'll draw off the guard." The message included a piece of wire, wrapped into a circle to fit. "Kyu?" Mao Mao thought. Maybe he realized she was a hostage, or perhaps he saw that even being at this stronghold was a dangerous proposition, she didn't know which. But she saw that in his own way, and despite being a brat, he was thinking of her. Unfortunately, the thin piece of wire wasn't going to be nearly enough to open the door to this room. For one thing, it wasn't as if she didn't have plenty of wire, and better, right in here with her. As for the plan itself, it was as simple and childish as the handwriting. She heard Kyu's voice on the other side of the door. "Lego. Let me go." Whatever he'd thought he would do to take care of the guard, he had obviously failed. "What did you think you were doing?" Kyu was in a formal seated position on the floor, his clothes slightly disheveled by his little rampage. The guard had called Suire, who'd come in a hurry when she heard there had been an attempt to free Mao Mao. Mao Mao had likewise been dragged out of her room again. "What do I mean?" Kyu said, trying to play dumb. Suire gave him a cold look, then turned to Mao Mao. "You put him up to this, didn't you?" "Whatever do you mean?" Mao Mao asked, discreetly crushing the piece of paper in her hand. "Oh. That's it, I was just playing like usual when I saw that guard there was slacking off. That's what happened." Kyu was totally unrepentant, and Mao Mao figured her best bet was to play along. Even Suire seemed to acknowledge as much. The only one who seemed to have dug in his heels was the guard, the same one who had stood at Mao Mao's door ever since she'd arrived here. "Are you calling me a liar?" Kyu demanded. Suire ignored his protest, but gave him a withering stare. "So it was really nothing? Then listen, I never want nothing to happen again." "Yeah, I hear you." The guard still looked less than pleased, but all was well that ended well, as long as they could agree that all was, in fact, well. At least it's over, Mao Mao thought. Except it wasn't. Goodness, what's all this? Mao Mao felt a shock of fear raise gooseflesh all over her body. A tack of footsteps sounded through the hallway. The owner must have been wearing wooden clogs for them to echo like that. Suirei's color got worse and worse as the sound approached, and she wasn't alone. Kyu and the guard both went pale as well. This was why Suirei had been trying so hard to wrap things up quickly. And then Shenmei was there. She must have just gotten out of the bath, for her hair was damp, tied up but not very elaborately. She was wearing makeup, but thinner than usual, giving the impression that she was blushing. Behind her were two ladies-in-waiting, and Lulin. Q's eyes sparkled for an instant when he saw them. His mouth twitched, but he didn't make a sound. Maybe one of the ladies was his mother. Nothing that warrants your attention, ma'am. No, by all means, tell me. I'm most interested as to why the apothecary is not in her room. It was obvious that half-baked excuses weren't going to fly with Shenmei. Suirei, bowing to reality, said brusquely, I'm given to understand that Kyu was playing outside this room here and distracted the guard. Purely for form's sake, I was asking the apothecary for her perspective on events. Oh? Have you been a bad boy? Shenmei's gaze settled on Kyu, whose eyes began to brim with tears. That won't do. If you don't behave, then we'll have to discipline you. She stood in front of Kyu and stroked his cheek, the sharp jade nail caps on her fingers jabbing his soft skin. Perhaps a little smack on the bottom. Lady Shenmei Suirei began, but she stopped mid-sentence. Go on. Kyu is only a young child. And he did nothing of any consequence, she trailed off, her voice growing quieter and quieter. Kyu was still watching the lady-in-waiting behind Lulin, Suirei, and Shenmei. The woman had a vacant look in her eyes. Shenmei cocked her head. Well, but that must mean someone here made a very big fuss out of a very little thing. Her gaze moved to the guard. Certainly not, ma'am, he said. No? And yet it seems you're the one at fault here. And that means you have to be disciplined. In her mind, Mao Mao could almost see the cruel twisting of Shenmei's mouth where it was hidden behind her folding fan. Was it possible this woman derived sexual pleasure from inflicting pain on others? Perhaps some time in the water prison to think about what you've done. Ma'am. Geez. That's outrageous. Mao Mao didn't know exactly what the water prison was, but it was much too cold to be forcing someone to stay in standing water. Mao Mao doubted Shenmei cared about the reason she just enjoyed tormenting people. Mao Mao wanted nothing more to do with her. But at the same time, people like Shenmei pissed her off. Maybe that's why she was speaking before she could stop herself. You old witch! The words slipped quietly from her mouth, but Shenmei seemed to hear them quite clearly. She was, after all, the oldest person there. Almost before she knew what had happened, Mao Mao was flying sideways, her ear and temple throbbing. When she fought back the pain enough to open her eyes, she saw Shenmei, beet red, her fan upraised. This confirms it. I'm an idiot, Mao Mao thought. But her idiocy wasn't over yet. I told the boy to do it, she said. Shenmei's face contorted with rage, she looked like a mythical warrior demon. Someone less stout of heart might have wet themselves at her expression at that moment. But Mao Mao had plenty of experience with cruel old women. Her problem was that this cruel old woman knew no restraint. Next, the fan came down hard on her shoulder. Another worthless apothecary, I see. Shenmei spat at her, while Mao Mao held her shoulder. Shenmei took a breath, but her anger obviously hadn't abated. Very well. Perhaps we can inspire some repentance. Put her in the water prison. Yab. I'm in trouble now. She'd brought it on herself. Bought and paid for. Maybe she should have kept her mouth shut, not worried about Kyu or the guard. But there was another idiot there just like Mao Mao. But Lady Shenmei, then we'll be without an apothecary again. Shenmei grimaced at Suirei's words. Suirei stepped forward as if to say more, but the fan came down promptly on her shoulder. Don't move without being told. My sincere apologies, milady. However, the fan came down again, this time on her forehead, where it split the skin, producing a trickle of red blood. Shenmei grabbed Suirei's hair and dragged her close, so that they were face to face. Just as Mao Mao was wondering what she might do, she licked the blood flowing from Suirei's forehead. Mao Mao wasn't sure what to think. However noble the blood might once have been, once sullied, it can never be clean again. Shenmei spat the combination of blood and saliva into a piece of scrap paper, then flung it at Suirei. I can't use this any longer, she said, throwing away the folding fan she had been holding. One of the ladies in waiting immediately held out another one to her. Did they just carry a supply at all times? Did Shenmei beat people bloody that often? Suirei dabbed at her forehead with a handkerchief, but she didn't move. She simply stood there, her eyes fixed on Mao Mao. It seems like she has a strong sense of duty, Mao Mao thought. Suirei acted like she felt somehow responsible for Mao Mao. True, it was partly due to her own curiosity that the apothecary was now trapped in this fortress, but nonetheless Suirei was obviously trying to protect her. But she was facing far too evil a force. Lulin stepped up behind her mother, her face impassive as she said, "Dearest mother." Shenmei didn't look up from playing with her new fan. "Yes, what? Since we went to all the trouble of having it made ready, I want to use. You know. It's been so long since we put it to good use." "What's you know?" Mao Mao wondered. The way Lulin spoke made it sound deeply significant. The Taiban," Shenmei said. Suirei cringed visibly. Taiban? It sounded vaguely familiar, but Mao Mao couldn't quite remember what it was. It's a bit on the small side, but certainly large enough for one person. I do seem to remember our last test of it being quite effective. This time she looked at Suirei, whose face grew even more bloodless, and who clenched her fists so hard her knuckles turned white. "Yes, let's go with that today," Shenmei said with a smile. She glanced at two guards with her, they each took one of Mao Mao's arms and dragged her away. Mao Mao found herself taken to the basement of the stronghold, down a staircase of angular stone steps to a place that was rather humid. There was a wooden door into a circular room about 3.5 meters, across. The floor was sunk by roughly 2 shaku, 60 centimeters, but otherwise there appeared to be nothing in it. The guards shoved Mao Mao into the room and hung a lamp along one wall. The ceiling was high over her head, there was a single window, well out of reach. "Sorry, kid. Lady Shenmei's orders," one of the guards said. He sounded sympathetic, for all it was worth. A large wooden box was brought into the cell. The guard looked at it, profoundly uncomfortable. Then he opened the lid and immediately ducked out of the room and closed the door. Something squirmed and writhed inside the chest. Something trying desperately to crawl out into the light. I see now. Yes, she had heard of the Taiban. It was a form of punishment invented by a mad king in some ancient era. One dug a large hole and put a criminal in it. A hole occupied by creatures like those now squirming inside the box. Mao Mao shivered, feeling goosebumps all over her flesh. She knew now why Suirei was so terrified of snakes. The writhing thing raised its sickle-shaped head from the box. A long, red tongue flicked out of its mouth. It watched her with moist eyes, looking for all the world like a living rope. Some small bug scuttled out of the chest, followed by a croaking frog. Mao Mao began to laugh. Ha! Ha ha ha! Her eyes brimmed, a grin split her face from ear to ear. What beautiful creatures! She hadn't seen their like for a long time. Still laughing, Mao Mao took the hair stick from her hair and produced the hairpin from the folds of her robe. From the box exploded an innumerable parade of snakes and poisonous bugs. Chapter 18, FIFA. This really came in helpful, Mao Mao thought. Several pieces of something resembling fish meat were stuck on the end of her hairpin. The hair ornament Shisui had given her could be split in two, and the pointy part made for an ideal skewer. Mao Mao swallowed audibly as she watched the grease drip from the sizzling meat. I just wish I had some salt. Or soy paste. Yeah, if I could have anything I wanted. Once the meat was good and cooked, she blew heartily on it, her cheeks puffing out. It looked a little bony, but beggars couldn't be choosers. It tasted sort of like chicken, but there was a distinct savor of fish because the fire had used fish oil. The meat was juicy and full of nutrients. It was almost hibernation season, after all, and the grease flecked Mao Mao's lips. As she chewed, she became aware of some kind of commotion outside. She wanted to grill up her catch before the fire went out, though, so she ignored the noise, skewered another piece of meat, and started cooking. She couldn't help mumbling, "I really want some salt." That was when she realized there was a man standing before her, looking flabbergasted. "What are you doing?" "I'm eating." "You wouldn't happen to have any salt, would you?" "Of course I don't have any damn salt." Well, it had been a bit of a long shot, admittedly. The man looked around the room, then put his hand to his mouth with a hrgh. Trying to keep himself from vomiting, it seemed. Something about him rang a bell with Mao Mao. A close look revealed that he was the guard who'd been part of her argument earlier. What was he doing here? "What are you, eating?" "Snake, sir." "I wish you'd just said fish." This guard said the strangest things, Mao Mao thought. But it was all right. She stuffed the rest of the cooked meat in her mouth and swallowed. "I thought this was supposed to be a torture chamber," the guard said. "And I suppose for some it would be a living hell." Many might have wished never to set foot in the room, but for Mao Mao it was a treasure trove. The cramped chamber had nearly 100 snakes and poisonous insects in it. Some had been chopped up, or were missing their heads. The rest were crawling around dully, on account of the temperature being rather low. How stupid can you be? Mao Mao wondered. What had they expected, using snakes in winter? Normally, these animals might even have been hibernating by this point. Of course they moved slowly. For someone as experienced at catching snakes as Mao Mao was, it couldn't have been simpler to grab them and wring their necks. And the bugs weren't moving any faster. Wouldn't you expect the snakes to eat the bugs, anyway? Some of the dumb frogs went greedily after the toxic insects, then fell flat over from the poison. Using the hairpin like a gimlet and the hair stick she'd received from Jinchi as if it were a dagger, Mao Mao had first killed the dangerous venomous snakes. They must have struggled to catch enough of them at this time of year, though, because most of the serpents in the box were harmless, non-venomous creatures. Even of the insects and frogs, only about half were poisonous. Mao Mao yearned to sample a few of those poisons, but this wasn't the time. Once she had dealt with the obviously venomous snakes, next came the ones she wasn't sure about. The harmless snakes she left alone. Snakes didn't go out of their way to attack people, and again, they weren't exactly moving quickly. Nonetheless, Mao Mao wasn't eager to have snakes wrapping themselves around her in the cramped quarters, so she sat on top of the box they'd been held in and scattered ashes around it. She always carried medicine with her in the folds of her robes, that was her way. She really would have preferred tobacco, but under the circumstances, the best she could do was burn some particularly pungent herbs and scatter them. She borrowed the lamp in lieu of a proper fire. The guard was looking at her as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "I didn't even need to show up," he groaned. "Yes, why are you here, anyway?" she asked. He looked a bit sullen. "Miss Suire and the brat, they asked me to. They said it was because you were stuck in here that we weren't being punished. The brat wouldn't shut up about me rescuing you. He said he'd give me this." The guard was holding a jade ornament. A fairly rich reward, as a matter of fact. Then he looked around, and his face was pale. "I've got to hand it to you. I would have gone nuts in here. Don't think I would have lasted." Miss Suire said I ought to get out of here, quick. Sounds like something dangerous is going to happen. The folds of the guard's robes were noticeably puffed out, like he'd just come from looting a burning building. When Mao Mao looked outside herself, she discovered a man unconscious on the ground, apparently the work of her former guard. I think you should run too, her rescuer said. The smoke signal's gone up already. Smoke signal? Yeah. The sign that an army of vengeance is coming from the capital. That's what all the noise is about. And why the guard had been able to reach her so easily. Thank you. You've helped me very much, Mao Mao said with sincere gratitude. If she'd been stuck in here, things could have turned ugly. All right, well, I'm out of here, the man said. One last word of advice, if you're open to it. Directly across from here there's a stairway that leads down, but you want to avoid it. Lots of bad stuff happens down there, and it's well traveled. If you're going to run, stay clear of the stairs. Work your way to the stables and steal a horse or something. Bad stuff. I think they're making fire powder. You'll know it right away, it stinks to high heaven. Mao Mao's eyes glinted. Thank you again. I'll be going. Hey! Were you even listening to me? The man shouted, but Mao Mao ignored him and headed directly for the basement. Mao Mao worked her way down the stairs, keeping one hand against the cold wall. The stones carried the vibrations of whatever was going on deeper down. When she finally got a glimpse of the lower level, she discovered several dozen men at work. Their outfits left their shoulders bare, and she detected a distinctive aroma, not the burning of sulfur so much as the fermentation of animal feces. So this was the source of the odor that had occasionally drifted upstairs to her. There was a pile of black clumps. Farm animal dung? Mao Mao wondered. But it was too small for that, closer to the size of rat pellets, or some other small creature. She'd heard wild animal droppings could serve as a component of saltpeter. Was that what they were doing with it? The basement was warmer than she'd expected. They were probably keeping the temperature up to help dry out the fire powder they made. It was, frankly, terrifying. They had a fire pot at a distance, surrounded by a curtain to keep sparks away, but what if one of them caught anyway? Were the men down here knowing full well how dangerous this environment was? Even if nothing exploded, breathing this air for too long would eventually be toxic in and of itself. It was not a very good place to work. The finished fire powder was being carried out via another exit. As she stood watching, Mao Mao heard footsteps behind her. She quickly hid behind a nearby shelf, heart pounding in her ears so hard she was afraid whoever was passing by might hear her. When she finally saw who it was, she could only stare. It was Shisui, looking grim. Then again, perhaps it would have been more appropriate to call her Lulin, dressed as she was in an ostentatious outfit much like her mother's. She looked wildly out of place in the gloomy basement reeking of excrement. Lulin. Mao Mao started to call out to her, but Lulin didn't seem to hear. There was something fierce in her eyes as she walked into the basement. The men began to murmur as they noticed her. One of them stepped forward uneasily. He must have been the foreman. Young miss. Get out of here, now, Lulin said, her voice ringing around the underground room. The men looked at each other, unsure what was going on. This fortress will fall soon. I want you men to leave before it does. She produced a large pouch from the folds of her robes and tossed it to the ground. Silver coins spilled out of it, drawing the men's attention. They started jostling each other to grab the money. Once Lulin was satisfied that all the coins had been claimed, she took the lantern she was holding, raised it above her head and flung it as hard as she could. She can't be serious. The lamp arced through the air and landed square in the drying fire powder. All right, get out of here. If you can, she said, that innocent smile on her face. Mao Mao immediately covered her ears and flung herself on the ground. Her palms were hardly enough to blunt the roar that assaulted her eardrums. Several of the men kicked or stepped on her as they scrambled to escape. The explosions spread, first the charcoal and then the animal dung catching fire. I've got to get out of here, fast, Mao Mao thought, but at just that moment, she saw someone take a dramatic sidelong stumble. Several pairs of feet stepped on the exquisite cloth of the figure's outfit, sullying it. Mao Mao grabbed the person's hand and pulled. Oh? What are you doing here, Mao Mao? I thought you were in one of the cells. Lulin, her hair thoroughly disheveled, looked at her in perplexity. No, it didn't seem like Lulin in this moment, her innocent demeanor made her look like Shisui. I'd like to ask you a similar question, Mao Mao said with a touch of annoyance, whereupon Lulin reached out and brushed her cheek, her right ear. Are you all right? You're not hurt. My guard helped me. And the snakes were delicious, thanks. Mao Mao understood that it had been deliberate, the way Lulin had suggested the Taibon as punishment, it ended up a part of her plan in its own small way. And Mao Mao hadn't had snake meat for a while, she appreciated it. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Although I did expect the punishment would suit you. She didn't know what Mao Mao meant. This from the girl who happily ate bugs, Mao Mao thought. But it didn't matter, at the moment, they had to hurry up and get out of there. We're getting out of here, fast. Mao Mao pressed her sleeve against Lulin's mouth and started looking for some way to sneak out of the basement. Intending to escape the fortress as quickly as she could, she tried to drag the other woman along. Lulin, though, went to start up the stairs. The fire's only going to spread, Mao Mao said. That's all right. I have to go up there. Then Lulin ascended the steps, her battered skirt trailing behind her. Smoke was billowing now, flooding Mao Mao's nose and making her eyes water. If the fire didn't get them, toxic fumes would. Wait. You're coming. I can't believe I'm this stupid, Mao Mao thought, then said, I guess. It would have been simple enough for Mao Mao to escape on her own, the men from earlier were already heading for the stronghold's exit, pushing and shoving to be the first one out. If my mother finds out, it won't be pretty. I know her. She'll want to know how this happened, even if it means sticking around. We'll be lucky to get off with a little whipping. Lulin looked downcast, she didn't seem like someone talking about her own mother. It looks like she treasured you growing up, at least, Lulin. Lulin had said something before about being beaten if she couldn't tie hair or give a massage properly. But it was hard to imagine that happening to someone of her status. My mother. She can't even remember my real face. Almost as far back as she could recall, Lulin had been painted with rouge and face-whitening powder. Whatever happiness or grief she had shown had been for her mother, like she was a doll. Like she was wearing a mask. Before she was 10, she learned of the existence of her older sister when one of the maids died after an especially vicious beating by Lulin's mother, and her father took in the woman's child. When Lulin saw her mother confront her father about it, her hair everywhere like an enraged devil's, she was convinced she was seeing hell itself. Mother was always cruel to my older sister, Lulin said. She realized that Shenmei must have been equally brutal to Suirei's mother, leading to the woman's death. And then she learned why Shenmei hated her older sister so much. She asked if he intended to make a fool of her with mother and child alike. She said the daughter was like her mother, a whore who would do who knew what. It was the strangest thing, to see someone in such gorgeous clothing say such filthy words. Could it be Suirei? Mao Mao remembered what Shenmei had said when she'd licked Suirei's blood. Didn't you hear any rumors about it at the rear palace? There was a palace woman, the former emperor's first victim. Her child was taken from her. That woman was my older sister's grandmother. That woman had died alone and forlorn in the rear palace. In her later years, her one pleasure was said to be gathering spooky stories. Remember when everyone almost suffocated telling scary stories? It might have been that old lady's doing. After my mother did such terrible things to her, how could she not revile me, her daughter? Lulin chuckled. We can't even say if ghosts really exist, Mao Mao replied. There was no way to know. At least, not as far as she was concerned. Why am I not surprised you'd say that? Lulin said, grinning. I so wanted to see my older sister. Sometimes I would sneak over to her place dressed as a maid. Mother never recognized me, and made me work. Lulin, though, naturally wasn't trained in these tasks, and often felt the sting of Shenmei's folding fan. Despite the blows, she still went to see her sister. And somehow, Shenmei never realized whom she was disciplining. She saw only a lowly servant girl, not her precious doll who heeded her every word. You know why my mother and father got married? Lulin said. They just wanted to make me. My father carried the blood of the hidden village, supposedly the same bloodline as Wang Mu. Mao Mao thought back to the fox masks. Lulin had painted a pattern on hers like a mercurial tanuki. Perhaps for her, the world of colors was the same as it had been for Wang Mu. Mother kept telling me that what they wanted was for me to become a new Wang Mu. With that, Lulin stopped in front of a room on the 3rd floor. If Mao Mao parted ways with her now, she'd never find out what Lulin was planning, and she wanted to know. Hey, Mao Mao paused for a second, unsure how to continue. Was she speaking to Lulin, or Shisui? She wasn't sure, but in her own mind, she knew who this woman before her was. And so she said, Shisui. Yes. Shisui asked, smiling, her hand on the door. I know there were substances floating around the rear palace designed to induce a miscarriage. Did you keep some on hand too? Shisui was still smiling. To use on yourself. Shisui's expression didn't change. She simply opened the door. You really are a sharp one, Mao Mao. I knew it was the right choice to bring you here. Mao Mao thought back to the scary story Shisui had told, about the insects with the bell-like cry. They were a kind of bug Shisui had caught at the rear palace once. And the previous apothecary here had written extensively about them in their books. You could keep them in a cage, they made the most beautiful sound. But come autumn, the bugs would eat each other. The female would eat the male. It was part of their reproductive cycle. That seemed to have been the point of Shisui's story, but why had she chosen to tell that tale at that time? Mao Mao thought she knew now. She was talking about herself. If she became pregnant, she would devour the child's father. The cage was the rear palace, the male and female insects, the emperor and his women. It wasn't a very respectful allegory, but it certainly fit. Shisui had feared it. Near the area where she'd been catching bugs, there had been lantern plants and white blossom ingredients for an abortifacient. They entered the room. There was a large bed with children sleeping on it. Kyu was there too, he alone was on the floor. Must have rolled off, Mao Mao thought. She hated to wake them, but they had to get the kids out of there. She went over to the bed and stopped. What is this? Something was wrong. Saliva was running from the kids' mouths, and their hands clutched at the sheets. Their skin was cold. Mao Mao took one of them by the wrist and felt for a pulse. He's not breathing. On the table by the bed there was a pitcher, and enough cups for all the kids. Shisui, her eyes full of compassion, came over to the bed, reaching out to touch the children. Mao Mao, furious, raised her hand dramatically upward, but fought the urge to bring it down on Shisui. You poisoned them. It was medicine. Mao Mao squeezed her trembling hand into a fist. We've shown our hand now, Shisui said. Can't you see it? Our entire clan will be executed. Including even the little children. They, too, would be led to the gallows, not understanding what it was their parents had done. I mixed it with some nice, sweet juice for them. In a nice, warm room, after we'd all enjoyed looking at a picture scroll together. I wonder if any of them were upset about it. If maybe they wanted to sleep with their mothers. I'm sorry, little ones. But your mothers were friends with mine. Kyu came late. It must have been because he was trying to help you, Mao Mao. The hint of a smile appeared at the edges of her lips. Him, I think he might have known. I saw him bite his lip, but he drank all his juice anyway. I really didn't want to bring him here. And why did you bring me here? Shisui smiled as if to say Mao Mao ought to know. I'd hoped there would be another way to get you here, but it just didn't work out. So that's how it was. Mao Mao let her hand drop. There was a heavy thud from outside, but she couldn't look away from Shisui's face. They say mother never used to be that way, but I wonder. It's how she has been ever since I was born, at least. She would torment my older sister every time she saw her, and the young ladies in waiting too. She taught her female relatives to drink and debauch themselves with men. Father never said anything to her, he never could go against her. He was just waiting for her to forgive him. Shisui's mother, this Shenmei, was insane. It was clear to see. She's like an insect, consuming her husband when a child is born. In fact, the bugs are better. At least they do it so their children can survive. Shisui hated the idea of becoming a mother so much so that she would concoct and consume her own abortifacients. Mao Mao could sense she was learning the most important reason for this. Not all mothers were like Shenmei. But Shenmei was the only mother Shisui had. I took the liberty of learning a little something about your background, Mao Mao. It seems like your upbringing wasn't that different from my sister's. Meaning, perhaps, that she had been raised by a former physician, or that her birth father was a high official. I don't have a father or a mother. Just my adoptive father, Mao Mao said. My sister says the same kind of thing. Well, I guess it makes sense. She keeps swearing she's not my big sister. What was Shisui getting at? I guess she's right. There's no way she can be my sister. Our father is a tanuki. I'm sure he's got some grand plan, trying to get his hands on the emperor's bloodline. Not Shisui's sister? Was that her way of saying that she had no connection to the Shi clan? What a liar! Shisui was in fact much like Suire, particularly with the expressionless look she now wore. Shisui adored her older sister, yet at this moment she denied that the relationship existed. If only these little ones were bugs, they might have been able to sleep through the winter, Shisui said, her hand brushing the children once more. Yes, if they were bugs. Mao Mao understood. She knew now why Shisui had wanted her here. Mao Mao looked at her without saying anything. There was just a suggestion of tears in Shisui's eyes. Mao Mao was about to reach out, but Shisui shook her head. She could run away too. Mao Mao thought. But even Mao Mao had no idea what Shisui could do after that. Mao Mao knew nothing about politics, she couldn't have cared less about the subject. She just wanted to learn as much as she could about medicine, research, and study it, and invent different drugs. That was all she wanted out of life. It should have been enough. Forget about other people. Put yourself first. What had they thought would happen, bringing her here? And yet Mao Mao reached out her hand. Shisui rebuffed her. I have my own part to play. Please, don't stop me. Is there some meaning to this? Mao Mao didn't know where Shisui was headed, but the outcome was easy enough to imagine. Stubbornness. Mine. Just forget about that. Shisui smiled mischievously. Think of it this way, Mao Mao. Say you were presented with a poison you'd never seen before, and you were told you only had one chance to try it. What would you do? I'd drink it down to the last drop, she replied immediately. What other answer could there be? Thought so. Shisui stood up, smiling, and went to leave the room, her steps as light as if she were simply going out to go shopping. She's leaving. Mao Mao didn't know what to do, she had no idea what this moment called for. She tried to find the right words, but nothing came out. She could only reach out and grab Shisui's hand. At least let me offer a prayer. A prayer? That's not like you, Mao Mao. Every once in a while. Every once in a blue moon. Mao Mao took the hair stick from her own hair and placed it in Shisui's collar. You know that's not my hair, Right. If I put it in your hair, you'd just be too pretty. Shisui's head was already bristling with hair sticks. These accessories were said to keep away evil spirits, but so many at once seemed apt to attract them instead. Give it back to me sometime. It was a gift. You're silly. I'm going to sell it. That's fine, then. This particular hair stick was plain, yet of uncommonly fine make. The one who had given it to her could be especially obstinate, so there was every possibility that just like its original owner, it would somehow manage to find its way back to her. You've got some soot on you. Mao Mao held up a mirror from beside the bed. Oh, you're right. I look like a tanuki. Shisui laughed. She laughed, and then she looked at Mao Mao. You know what you need to do. She turned away. The door shut with a clack. Her footsteps got softer and softer in the distance. Mao Mao found herself looking at the ceiling without really knowing why. Just leaning her head back and staring. The building shook with an increasingly loud series of explosions. Chapter 19, The Army Marches. Let's turn the clock back a little. Jinchi was in a rocking, jolting carriage, sitting across from a man with a sour look on his face. But maybe carriage wasn't quite the right word. Pulled by no fewer than 10 horses, this was more of a house on wheels. The floor was covered with an animal pelt, and there was a table in the middle of the cabin. Logon, a man renowned for his unrelenting smirk, was now glaring at a map with evident annoyance. Behind him, his adopted son was studying Logon's and Jinchi's expressions and tucking a receipt into the folds of his robe. This man, Lahan, was the second most tight-fisted person Jinchi had ever met after the madam of the verdigris house, but on this occasion, he was more than happy to acknowledge that Lahan had saved his neck. He felt like he might be attacked at any moment. The intervention of the eunuch Luomen had successfully soothed the worst of Logon's rage, but it still smoldered. Attending behind Jinchi, Gao Shun was prepared to draw the sword at his hip at a moment's notice. That was the kind of reprisal one risked in raising a hand against Jinchi, but at the moment Logon probably didn't care. Jinchi suspected he would have been just as happy to jump on top of Jinchi and beat him senseless. The man was just that worried. Lahan, however, was proving a helpful check on him. Father, I ask purely hypothetically, but if a man were to do violence to a member of the imperial family, the crime would not fall on him alone, would it? It was a roundabout question, to be sure, but it was enough to keep Logon from doing anything rash. To attack Jinchi would be the end of a person's family. Even Logon's daughter Mao Mao wouldn't be spared. Logon wasn't easy to fool, and he knew exactly who Jinchi was. That was why he had asked him to mobilize the army. He suspected Lahan had guessed the truth as well. Why? When he asked, he received the most Law Clan-ish of answers, because your height, weight, chest, and torso are all the exact same number. Such people are very, very rare. As ever, Lahan's way of looking at things was more or less inscrutable to others. You're terribly lovely, it's only a shame you weren't born a woman, he added. That gave Jinchi gooseflesh. True, Mao Mao's cousin looked and acted much like she did, but unfortunately, Jinchi didn't swing that way. Still, he knew talent when he saw it, and he had obtained special permission for this civil official to accompany him on this military expedition. Today, Jinchi was not the eunuch Jinchi. His hair was held in place by a silver hair stick, and he wore not his usual black official's outfit, but armor and a helmet of bluish purple, with thick cotton under padding. I hope he can distinguish victory and defeat better than we can distinguish whether he's a man or a woman. That was Logon. He was right about one thing, the time had come for Jinchi to shed his eunuch's skin. They were leading an army and trying to coordinate several plans at once. Are you quite sure about this? Jinchi asked. There won't be any problems, Lahan assured him. The map before them showed a stronghold with mountains at its back. The map was older, since the fortress hadn't been used in quite some time, but they had found soldiers who had once been stationed there to update it and make sure it was as accurate as possible. It was Lahan's belief that firearms were being produced in that stronghold. The northern reaches had timber aplenty. Many wished desperately to control the place in hopes of capitalizing on its lumber resources, but the Shi clan defended it stoutly. There were hot springs nearby as well. An excellent source of sulfur. But there was one more ingredient that would be necessary to create fire powder. What would they do about saltpeter? Small animals like to hibernate in the area, perhaps because of the hot springs. There are large caves in the vicinity. That implied the presence of substantial quantities of bat guano. It would be possible to create saltpeter from the excrement. Jinchi grunted. If the defenders had firearms, they were unlikely to bring individual FIFA to bear on an attacking force. No, they would have something on the stronghold walls designed to ravage an advancing enemy en masse, cannons. Cannons, that would be the real danger. But if Jinchi could think of it, he could be confident that Lagan was already well aware of the possibility. To him, the map probably looked like nothing more than a go board. He pointed to the cliffside behind the stronghold. It is theoretically possible to overpower them before they can use their cannons, Lahan said firmly. You heard Abacus Brain, Lagan said, bopping his adopted son on the head. The fire powder necessary to make a cannon work easily got wet. Powder might be kept near the guns at all times, but if so, it would be in an armory to keep it dry. The stronghold was at a high altitude, and snow fell there frequently. Scouts reported that this very night, the stuff was coming down heavily. If Jinchi's forces simply advanced on the stronghold, they would be sitting ducks. Thus it was Lagan's suggestion that they should take out the powder depot to deny the enemy the use of their cannons. And the way he came up with to do it was bizarre. Bizarre but possible. That was what made him so fearsome. I think it will be a very economical way to handle things, Lahan said. It had probably been that one word, economical, that had convinced him to buy into the plan. In their relatively short time together, Jinchi felt he'd gotten an impeccable handle on how the man thought. We must force our way in and find Mao Mao. Daddy will save her. Jinchi suppressed a grimace at the word daddy. He couldn't be seen making faces like that. He bit his lip as he thought of the diminutive young woman. Had she been taken as a hostage, or was there some other reason? Had she even, perhaps, gone along of her own free will? Whatever it was, she was there in the enemy camp, and he wanted to rescue her as soon as he could. Jinchi clenched his fist. We'll do that, then, he declared. Wait one moment, please, said Gao Shun. Furrowing his brow, he knelt before him. I see a problem. What kind of problem? Lagan and Lahan looked as perplexed as Jinchi. Have my good lords forgotten the nature of this army? They were leading a force more than large enough to handle a stronghold of this size. If they followed Lagan's plan, they could expect virtually no casualties. Are you, sirs, suggesting that the forbidden army would stoop to an ambush? Jinchi swallowed heavily and reached up to touch the hair stick on his head. It was sculpted in the shape of a Kylan, a symbol of the imperial family. He had spent so long as a eunuch that sometimes he felt he was at risk of forgetting his true identity. At this moment, though, he was not Jinchi, and in light of who he was, it behooved him to subdue the enemy boldly and openly. He understood all this. And yet the words that came out of his mouth betrayed him. I'm in agreement with the Grand Commandant. Understood, sir, Gao Shun said, and obediently stepped back. His eyes were on the man behind him, and his piercing gaze made the hair on the back of Jinchi's neck stand up. Most excellent. Not interested in making a drinking cup out of my own skull, Lagan said. Then he snorted and exited the carriage, past the curtain. True, they weren't moving terribly fast, but it was still a jump. Jinchi thought Lagan looked as if he crumpled slightly on hitting the ground. Was he okay? Lahan was working his abacus furiously, making sure there were no mistakes in the calculations. Jinchi's thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Getsu. It was Gao Shun, calling him by his true name. The crease in his brow seemed to have gotten deeper. "You're going to have to change how you interact with the young lady after this." He sounded as if he were admonishing a child. "I know." Jinchi sighed deeply, his breath fogging in the cold air. He shivered, and pulled his white hooded cloak up over his head. It was just past midnight when he heard the explosions. Wondering what was going on, Shisho got up, grabbing the sword he always kept by his bed. He'd been in bed, but he hadn't been able to sleep. The court might regard him as the old tanuki, but even he had little things that kept him up at night. Indeed, how could he possibly sleep? For a decade and more now, he had tried, and had found it impossible. He heard shouting in the next room, surprise at the noise, perhaps, but it soon quieted. The voices of the women enjoying themselves returned to their usual burble. Just one wall away, his wife must have been enjoying her wine. She seemed to revel in leading the clan women into lewdness, cavorting with paid men. It was how she had behaved almost every day since their daughter Lilin had been born, being sure to lose herself in pleasure where Shisho would know it. The women with her had been reluctant at first, but by now they enjoyed these diversions. His wife always chose women who were already married, who had borne children, fulfilling their familial duties. She took pleasure in seeing these virtuous wives debauch themselves. She hadn't always been like this. Shisho went out on his balcony and looked into the distance. An enemy attack, he thought. The lights of the army, perhaps the Forbidden Army, were still far away. From this stronghold on its high perch, it was possible to see many li into the distance. He still had time to catch a few winks. Then Shisho scrunched up his nose. There was a strange smell in the air. Was that sulfur? They were making fire powder in the basement. Had it exploded? Of course. He tightened his collar. He had to do something, he thought, but he didn't move. It was pathetic, but the strength simply wouldn't come. The cunning old tanuki, favored by the Empress Regnant, and whom even the reigning monarch could barely look in the eye, that was not who Shisho was at this moment. Even he himself recognized it. Holding his stomach, it had started to protrude abruptly and dramatically after his 40th birthday. He proceeded forward, one step after the next. To get outside and find out what was going on, he would have to pass through his wife's room. That pained him more than anything. The woman gifted to him by the former emperor, or rather, his betrothed, whom he had waited 20 years to have returned to him, had grown thorns in her time at the rear palace. When she had finally come back to Shisho, he already had a wife, and a child, Suirei. He had never intended to get married to someone else. Even the woman who became his wife probably hadn't wanted it. She had been born in the rear palace, then banished as an illegitimate child, even though her father was none other than the former emperor. It had been the former sovereign's wish. A request when his health suddenly began to decline 20 years ago. "Please, care for my child," he had said. Shisho's wife came to have not only thorns, but poison. He had to do something, and quickly. He kept repeating this to himself and finally managed to open the door. The male prostitutes looked startled, and the women, with their remaining modicum of modesty, scrambled to cover themselves with the sheets. His wife, meanwhile, lay on a couch, taking a long drag from her pipe. Her eyes were sharp and full of contempt. "What was that noise?" she said languorously, purple smoke drifting from her mouth. Shisho was just about to tell her he was on his way to find out when the door to the hallway flew open. Lilin stood there, covered in soot. "What are you doing here in such a pathetic state?" Shisho's wife said. "You're the last person who has any right to ask me that," Lilin shot back, with a pointed look at the women fighting over the covers. "All of you, who abandoned your children so you could lose yourselves in a life of excess." One of the women, shocked back into remembering her own child by Lilin's words, made to flee the room, but Lilin slapped her across the cheek. As the woman crumpled to the ground, the male prostitutes made a break for it, realizing how desperate the situation had become. Shisho could hardly believe he was seeing his own daughter. He'd always believed his Lulin was a prim and obedient child. She put on the outfits her mother told her to put on, like a little doll. Meanwhile, Lulin strode into the room, sliding open the doors of the wardrobes that stood against the wall. When she opened the biggest one, she found a young woman crammed inside of it. "My dear sister. I'm sorry. It took me a little longer than I meant." The trembling young woman was bound hand and foot. She was being disciplined. Closely resembling Lulin, she was Shisho's other daughter, Suirei. Lulin freed Suirei, rubbing her back gently. It was obvious from how smoothly and easily she did everything that this was not the first time this had happened. Or the second. Shisho felt his stomach plummet at the realization of how profoundly he had failed. And then Lulin turned and looked at her father, Shisho. She smiled at him. "Father. At least take responsibility here in these last moments." He didn't have time to ask responsibility for what, for she went on, "You're the old tanuki, the transforming trickster, of the Fox Village. Let's play our parts to the very end." There was another roar, and this time the entire stronghold shook. Shisho grabbed onto the wall for support and worked his way back to the balcony to find out what had happened this time. He saw flakes of snow floating everywhere. Everything to the east of the stronghold was completely white, and he couldn't see anything. At first, he didn't understand what had happened. As the haze of snow began to clear, though, he saw it, the building that should have been there was buried. The armory, as he recalled. It was now half inundated with snow. As he stared stupidly, Lulin said, "You should have known this was an opponent you could never beat. Please, take responsibility." She added, would deal with her mother. Then his daughter, her slightly scorched hair bobbing, walked over to her mother, looking downright regal, and stood before her. "Take responsibility," his daughter had said. Shisho clenched his fist, resolved. Chapter 20, The Ambush. These guys had to be crazy, Lihaku thought. In front of him, Shisho's private troops cowered, overwhelmed by the intruders. They'd grabbed spears in a hurry when the attackers had appeared, but they were no match for Lihaku and his men, who had prepared thoroughly. Lihaku was here to take the treacherous Shi clan into custody. It had to be treason. How else were they supposed to interpret the rebuilding of an abandoned fortress 60 li north of the capital? The presence of actual soldiers? It was as good as open rebellion. Despite the size of the stronghold, to plot rebellion with nothing but this was the height of foolishness. The Shi clan leader, Shisho, was a person of considerable influence at court. He held so much sway over the emperor that he had even been able to chase out one of the former high consorts and have his own daughter installed in her place. Lihaku tilted his head in puzzlement as he swung his club. Had Shisho gone mad with greed, or just plain mad? Cornered though he might have felt, disappearing from the capital and holing up in a place like this was as good as asking to be treated as a rebel. Lihaku wondered if the man known all over court as the old tanuki would really do something so stupid. But in any case, Lihaku was a military official. He could leave the pondering to others, he simply had to do his job. He brought his club down on an enemy soldier's foot, then swept the man's legs out from under him. Behind him, subordinates in white cloaks tied up the overpowered enemies. Lihaku had been wearing a white cloak like theirs, but he'd tossed it off a few minutes ago because it kept getting in the way. Anyway, blood spatter showed up all too conspicuously on white. It wasn't really an appropriate thing to be wearing into battle. It did, however, allow them to blend in with the snow. Perfect for hiding in plain sight. Especially on a moonless night. Lihaku and his troops advanced without torches. The squadron itself had split into two as they approached the fortress, one forward infantry unit, full of men who knew how to handle themselves in the snow and were confident of their abilities, and a second group, several li back. It went something like this: the stronghold guards noticed the lights of the rear group, but completely missed the closer unit creeping forward in the dark. They believed the enemy was much farther away than they were. Li Haku and his troops had a problem too, though. For several li, they had to cross an open, empty field. It might have been doable with some stars out, but with the sky black, it would be all too easy to lose their sense of direction. Li Haku finished tying up an enemy and let out a breath. Something dropped from his collar. Neat idea, these things, he remarked, picking up the fish-shaped wooden object where it had fallen in the snow. It would allow him to ascertain the location of the fortress. The little fish contained a magnet. Put it in a bucket of water and it would help you determine which direction you were going. It was a common implement on ships. The surface of the fish had been dusted with strange glowing particles, so it could be read even in the dark of night. The particles supposedly came from some mushroom that glowed in the dark. There was another aspect to the ambush as well. Li Haku looked at the avalanche that had come down from the cliffside with no small amazement. Whoever came up with this plan must have been crazy. Crazy like a fox. This was one reason this stronghold had been abandoned. Areas in the vicinity of hot springs tended to experience a lot of earthquakes. There had been a major one a few decades before, big enough to alter the local geography. It had shaved off part of the mountain, so that now avalanches sometimes occurred during winter. They weren't large and they weren't very frequent, but it was not a promising feature for a defensive position. This avalanche just happened to be human-made. It was colder than usual this year, and the snow was deep. Several of the most experienced mountaineers among the vanguard had moved off, carrying fire lances. Li Haku had wondered why this must have been the reason. He was just crunching his way over the filthy snow when he spotted someone entering the fortress. A man, his white cloak and long black hair lovely in the night. Li Haku, who had never expected to think of any man as lovely let alone in the middle of a battle, smiled wryly to himself. One would never have expected to see this man on the battlefield at all. With his flawless features, he was at once the groundskeeper of the garden that was the rear palace and, arguably, one of its flowers. But with him, flower might be taken to refer to something else, the meaning of the name Ka. The man's hair, partially tied up, was held in place with a silver hair stick. Anyone who saw the design would have thrown themselves flat on the ground. The name of their country, Li, was written by repeating the character for sword 3 times. But above those swords was a symbol meaning grass or flower. In the whole country, there were only 2 people with the name Ka. And he was one of them. He should never have been here, not normally. He shouldn't have been on a night march, walking several li in complete silence. Even this group of men chosen specifically for their physical strength were showing the strain by the end. But that man, the possessor of a face as beautiful and delicate as a celestial nymph's, clutched a willow leaf saber and wore bluish-purple armor to indicate to those around him who he was. It was the eunuch Jinchi who stood there, in what should have been a man's position. The young eunuch with the emperor's favor, so handsome that sometimes unsavory rumors began to circulate. There must have been more than a few slack jaws when he had stepped forward to take command, and several officials had gone positively pale. The young master was popular with both sexes, so much so that even men occasionally tried to talk him up. Li Haku had been as shocked as anybody. Recently Gao Shun, who always served closely with Jinchi, had made a series of requests of him. One of them had been to select men from among his subordinates and colleagues who had plenty of stamina and coped particularly well with the cold. Now he knew what it had been about. The young man no longer used the name Jinchi, but Li Haku couldn't speak the name Ka. One might write it, yes, but those who could actually say it aloud were few indeed. Jinchi entered the stronghold, and Li Haku came up behind him so as not to be left behind. Gao Shun was nowhere to be seen, but in his place a stern-looking young warrior stuck close to Jinchi. Li Haku followed them both inside. The interior of the fortress was pervaded by a nose-prickling smell, something like rotten eggs. Li Haku was just wondering what it could be when he saw men carrying armloads of snow downstairs. Had there been a fire on the lower level? He quickly inquired with one of the men, who confirmed that was exactly what had happened. There had been an explosion. If we don't handle this quickly, the mistress will. The man trembled uncontrollably, unable to meet Lee Haku's eyes. Lee Haku let him go. Was it the smoke that made the man's color look so bad, or fear of this mistress? Maybe it was that unexpected turn that had left the stronghold defended by fewer soldiers than the attackers had expected. Lee Haku, covering his mouth, came up to Jinchi and knelt respectfully. "You have counsel?" Jinchi asked. Lee Haku was grateful that he had initiated the conversation. "Speak freely." "As you command, sir." It was at times like this that Lee Haku always wished he had learned more proper diction. "I don't believe we can stay here long with all this smoke. And I expect those inside will be in a hurry to get out." "I realize that," Jinchi said. Lee Haku cursed himself for, apparently, only stating the obvious. "However, there may be someone inside who cannot be allowed to escape." "Then, sir, I'll have all my troops look for them. Please head outside." "I'm afraid I can't do that." Lee Haku resisted the impulse to frown, glad he was looking down toward the ground. It would not be good for Lee Haku if Jinchi was injured. He wanted nothing more than to get the young man out of there, to where he could watch the operation from somewhere safe. At the same time, though, this was the Forbidden Army, and that meant that Jinchi's place was at its head. The fact that they were essentially launching an ambush seemed to make him even less interested in relinquishing his position. To stand proudly at the front of this force was to throw away his identity as the eunuch Jinchi, and that would shatter the balance that had reigned at court. The Shi clan, which had been one part of that balance, was already in shambles. Lee Haku could see it himself. Members of the family might be hiding amongst the captured enemy soldiers. And capturing them was all well and good, but their guilt was already clear. Those who conspired against the emperor could expect the extermination of their entire families at best. The sovereign's personal mercy might temper the outcome to some extent, but the Shi clan had little hope to cling to. "Grand Commandant Kan's daughter is a prisoner here," Jinchi said. "Sir." Kin was a very, very common name. But only one official in the land bore it, the eccentric strategist. Before the mission, Lee Haku had been informed about her first, that she existed, one more surprise on a day full of them, and second, that no one knew why she had been abducted. "Can you abandon her?" Jinchi asked. He could not. That much, at least, was certain. "It would make me a new political enemy," Lee Haku said without meaning to. For a second, he thought he saw something mingle with Jinchi's hard expression. "Yes, I believe you're right." He looked agonized, as if he was going to be torn apart, but he moved forward. Lee Haku stood up, pulling at his hair. But the only thing he could do under the circumstances was to complete his assigned task as quickly as possible. Along with the blast there came a great rush of snow. She knew intellectually that this was called an avalanche. But it was like a snow dragon descending upon them from the cliff at their backs. It didn't reach Mau Mau, but a building she took to be some kind of storehouse was obscured by a haze of white. She observed all this from the balcony. The explosions had scared off most of the workers from the basement, and the few remaining were attempting to fight the fires. They would have to split their efforts once again to deal with the avalanche. She saw soldiers come leaping over the outer wall and stare in amazement at the scene before them. Then there were those who couldn't escape. Something white came flashing over the now thinly defended walls, the color blended in and she couldn't see very well at this distance what it was. But she saw some panicked soldiers confront it, and then a flash of red erupting through the night. Blood landing on the pure, white snow. The white thing was an intruder. He cast aside his white cloak to reveal a full set of armor. Come to bring the rebels to heel? For an upper consort to flee the rear palace was as good as rebellion. And with her family making their stand in a fortress like this, well, there would be no excuses. Am I safe here? Mau Mau wondered. She stopped when she saw the invaders in the distant light of their torches. She wasn't sure how she knew, but she knew, she was sure she had seen him. A man whose nymph-like beauty hardly seemed fit for a battlefield. Clothed in armor of an expensive color, he cut a dashing figure, like a real soldier. Could he possibly be here to rescue her? No way. Even he doesn't have that kind of time to kill. Her eyes must have deceived her. Anyway, the form soon vanished as the invading forces continued to flood into the stronghold. They would be here soon, and Mao Mao had no idea how they would treat her. The smell of sulfur was everywhere from the explosion. She pressed the sleeve of her robe to her mouth so that it wouldn't poison her. I really should just run. One thing was for sure, she wouldn't have a leg to stand on when it came to criticizing Shisui after this. What was she, some kind of idiot? She must be an idiot, she thought as she stopped in place. She could hear footsteps coming closer. Her heart was pounding. They wouldn't finish her off right then and there. Would they? Whoever it is, I hope they'll at least hear me out. At that moment, someone kicked down the door. A soldier wearing bluish-purple armor stood in the entryway. He didn't say anything. She didn't say anything. Neither of them said anything. After a long moment, it was Mao Mao who spoke first. I'm sorry, but might I ask you to protect me, Master Jinshi? Are you hurt? The soldier Jinshi asked. He could see the blood on Mao Mao's clothes. I'm all right. It's just spatter. That's not all right. It's snake blood. Jinshi didn't look like he thought this was any better, but Mao Mao found his exasperated expression oddly reassuring. It was so familiar. She felt the corners of her own mouth softening into a smile. Hey, is that Jinshi stepped closer and was about to say something, but they were interrupted by another set of approaching footsteps, and his expression changed abruptly. The look on his face was neither that of the eunuch with his delicate, nymph-like smile, nor the somehow childish young man. "Milord Heir," a rough-looking man said as he entered the room. "Heir? That title no longer belongs to me," Jinshi said. "A royal son has been born." So consort Gyakuyo had safely delivered her child and it was a boy. So that's who he really is, Mao Mao thought. For a man who wasn't a eunuch to enter the rear palace was a serious crime. Only those who shared blood with the emperor, or who had his specific orders, could do so. "You seem to have aged a good deal, Master Jinshi." She spoke rather softly, yet he glanced in her direction with what she took to be annoyance. "Is Lihaku here?" Jinshi asked the soldier. The big, dog-like man soon bounded into the room. "I'm leaving this in your hands," Jinshi said, and then he left. Lihaku tilted his head, crossed his arms, and furrowed his brow. "Forgive me, but you look an awful lot like a young lady named Mao Mao who works in the palace." "That would be because I am." Lihaku might be making silly remarks, but instead of his usual robe of military office he was dressed in proper armor and carried a club. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I seem to have been kidnapped." The angle of the tilt of Lihaku's head increased further, until it was practically horizontal. "Say, you're, Dad. Is probably exactly who you're thinking, so please, don't say his name. Just call him the old fart or something, I'll know what you mean." Bowing to Mao Mao's wishes, Lihaku didn't go on, but he did tremble visibly, after which he smacked his fist into his palm as if everything made sense. Mao Mao didn't know exactly which dots he thought he was connecting, but she wasn't sure she liked it. Lihaku pointed to Mao Mao and said, "Her. It's her." A subordinate of his gave him a dubious look, but pulled a whistle out of the folds of his robe and blew on it. Lihaku said to Mao Mao, "Hey, I'm sorry about that. If you say so, I'm sure it's true. Boy, you look a fright, though. You're covered in blood. You hurt. It's spatter." Lihaku was as rude as ever, but he looked at her with genuine concern. The worst of Mao Mao's injuries consisted of a scar where Shenmei had hit her with her fan. The soldier whom Mao Mao couldn't really bring herself to dislike despite his manner must have gotten some blood on himself too, for when she got near him, she smelled iron. Well, please don't be hurt, Lee Haku said. The old fart insisted on coming along even though he can barely move, and wouldn't you know it, now he can't move. The old fart. He'd said it. He'd actually said it. The fart was probably the one who had dreamed up this whole ambush, Mao Mao thought. Probably found some way to start the avalanche too. Lee Haku didn't look too worried, but that didn't mean he wasn't taking his job seriously. What's this? Sleeping children. He clomped over, but Mao Mao threw out her hands to block his way. They aren't breathing. They were given poison. Lee Haku grimaced, probably registering what a terrible thing he was seeing. But if the kids had survived, the only thing waiting for them would have been the gallows. Even an attempt on the life of a single high consort could lead to the conspirator being hanged and their family's assets being confiscated if not worse. And the crime afoot here was far, far more grave. Everyone could expect to be punished, including women and children. Mao Mao studied Lee Haku's agonized expression. What happens to those who are executed, she ventured. Are they simply abandoned? No, no. They're laid to rest in a special cemetery. But they'll be cremated. Can't they at least be buried with their mothers? Lee Haku gave her an inarticulate look, but scratched his head and groaned painfully. I'm afraid I don't really know. That stuff isn't my job. Nonetheless, Lee Haku approached and took one of the children in his arms. He took the covers and tore them in two, wrapping the child with them as if in swaddling clothes. It's almost like they're just asleep. Thought maybe I could carry all of them at once, but this kid's pretty heavy. He wrapped the next child in the remainder of the torn covers. Then he tore the sheets as well and continued swaddling children. Just as they were thinking there wouldn't be enough to carry the last child, the soldier standing guard at the door took off his cloak and brought it over. Somebody call a couple more men, Lee Haku commanded, and then he hefted one child in each arm. Master Lee Haku. We can't bury them together, but I'd feel a little sick just leaving them here. We could at least bury them somewhere close to the graveyard. Quietly. He smiled, showing white teeth. You don't think you'd be charged with a crime for that? Don't know. If I am, you'll just have to figure out a way to save my skin. Yes, I'm sure it'll be just that easy. Mao Mao folded her arms, somewhat annoyed, but then Lee Haku looked as if he'd had a flash of inspiration. That's it. That's a great idea, he said, grinning. What is, sir? If you called the old fart daddy, he'd do anything you asked, right? We need hardly say how Mao Mao responded to that suggestion. Sorry, pretend I never said anything, Lee Haku said, averting his eyes. Apparently her face had been just that terrible. Chapter 21, How It Began. There was a piercing whistle. Jinchi felt his anxiety ease a little bit. The whistle was the signal that the mission had been carried out, several short tweets if there was a problem, one long one if all was well. Lee Haku must have gotten Mao Mao safely out of the fortress. Jinchi emerged from a long hallway. He thought back to the blueprints he'd studied on the way here. Ahead of him there should be a large, open room, an office, and then the living chambers. Basin was right behind Jinchi. Normally, this would have been Gao Shun's place, but Gao Shun had his own job to do. But Basin had a habit of getting a bit out of sorts when standing in for his father. Don't get too tense, Jinchi advised him, speaking softly so that only Basin would hear. Two other officers followed them. Allow me to go in front, then, Basin said. Jinchi understood what he meant. He wanted Jinchi to be protected both ahead and behind. Jinchi chuckled, then went to push open a heavy door, but he was suddenly seized by a bad feeling. He told the others to step back, to not stand in front of the door. Then he pushed it open and immediately flattened himself against the wall. An almost deafening roar passed by him. What was that? Basin demanded, scowling. Nothing I didn't expect. If they were producing fire powder here, one could at least assume they would use FIFA in the fighting. There were constraints on where such weapons could be used. They were vulnerable to inclement weather, and even when in good working order, FIFA took time to reload. And one needed at least as much space as there was here in this stronghold. It was just as Jinchi had predicted in the large room beyond the door. Some men were frantically trying to reload their guns. "Let's go!" Jinchi shouted. At the same moment, the men in the room tried to abandon their guns and draw their swords, but it was too late. FIFA were fundamentally intended to be used with several people switching off firing. These men had missed with their first volley, and there was no time to reload fresh bullets. There were about 5 of them, all dressed in gorgeous clothing. Jinchi recognized several faces. The distinctive smell of fire powder suffused the large, flagstone-floored chamber. "Where is Shisho?" he asked. He assumed everyone in this room was a member of the Shi clan. Their soldiers had abandoned them when they saw it was a losing battle. The FIFA were a last-ditch attempt to turn the tide. Not feeling talkative. "We don't know. This was never our plan," one of the men blurted, his eyes fixed on Jinchi. He was shouting so excitedly that spittle flew from his mouth. Basin quickly moved to restrain him, afraid that he might throw himself at Jinchi. "We were tricked. We were just dupes," the man cried from where Basin pressed him to the floor. "You brazen!" Basin, enraged, shoved the man's face even harder into the ground. "We have proof, that you scoundrels embezzled national funds to rebuild this fortress. And you stood here with weapons drawn against us. Even if that were your only crime, you know what it would entail." Basin pressed the blade of his naked sword against the man's neck. The man, now practically frothing, looked utterly desperate. "I swear, we didn't know. I didn't know." He said this was for the country's benefit. "We did it all for our nation." Whoosh! The sword fell and sparks flew as it struck against the stone floor. The man, his eyes practically popping out of his head, ceased his jabbering. A dark stain spread across the floor underneath him. The other men stayed silent, perhaps not wishing to be put in the same ignominious situation, but the fear in their eyes was complete. Jinchi wished he could tell them not to look at him like that, but how could he? They could beg him for mercy with their eyes, but the judgment upon them was irrevocable. All that Jinchi could do for them now was to stand firm and let the spear tips of their emotions lodge in him. "Do be kind. The sword now or the scaffold later. Surely you could have the decency to simply end it for him." Basin and the other soldiers took up fighting stances as a voice approached, accompanied by noisy footsteps. A portly man shuffled slowly into the room, Shisho. He held a FIFA in his hand. Jinchi looked at the man known as the Old Tanuki. "You seem quite relaxed, Shisho." He produced a scroll from the folds of his robes. Sealed with the emperor's personal insignia, it instructed him to apprehend the entire Shi clan. Still moving slowly, as though he had all the time in the world, Shisho leveled his gun. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" one of the soldiers asked in a quiet voice. Shisho carried no flint, and the man seemed to assume that that meant he couldn't fire the gun. Jinchi, though, grabbed Basin with one hand and another of his subordinates with the other and pulled them both down onto the ground. The explosion came next. The bullet bounced off the wall and hit the Shi man on the ground in the leg. "A most unfortunate fellow." His scream echoed around the room. "Oh, you're embarrassing yourself. Didn't you shoot an animal with this thing, just to see how it felt?" Shisho said to the screaming man. "And I was so eager to try it out on a real human. Truly, a shame." Jinchi registered the complete lack of emotion in Shisho's voice, as if he were reading from a script. Or was Jinchi simply imagining things? It looks like this is the end. What I wouldn't have given for a little more time." Then Shisho cast the FIFA aside. He looked at Jinchi, and for just an instant, his face softened. What was he trying to say? Jinchi never had the chance to ask him. Maybe Shisho wouldn't have told him, even if he had. "Go. Basin shouted, still on the floor. Blood flew. 3 swords lodged almost simultaneously in Shisho's plump belly. He didn't even cry out, just looked upward. A red froth foamed around his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Yet he didn't collapse, but only gazed at the ceiling, his arms spread wide. Was that laughter, or was he cursing? There was nothing special on the ceiling. Perhaps he was looking through it, to something higher still. Jinchi didn't understand, he felt like he was watching a performance, as if this place was Shisho's theater and this moment was his stage. Without ever revealing what it was above him that so fascinated him, Shisho expired. Anticlimactic, perhaps. But he was gone. Beyond the great room was a hallway full of thinly clothed women and outrageous men. The women were babbling ceaselessly, eager to tell him who was within in exchange for their lives. The men kept insisting that they weren't members of the Shi clan, unlike the women. Jinchi understood the impulse to save one's own life, but he couldn't bear the spectacle of everyone selling out everyone else to save themselves. He left it to his subordinates to apprehend the lot of them. The former consort Lulin and her mother Shenmei were in the innermost room, he had been told. But when they arrived, Basin, who entered first, exclaimed, "There's no one here." All they found was a large bed in the middle of the room and some couches. There was clothing everywhere, along with scattered wine and pipes, and some sort of clinging aroma. It was easy enough to guess what they had been up to in here. Basin's face was red, but not from anger. Jinchi, in something of a daze, tossed aside the incense burner. Some kind of dried herbs spilled out. If the apothecary girl were here, she would know what they were, what effect they had. Where did they go? There was no one on the balcony in the next room either. Did they jump down? As they surveyed the balcony, Jinchi puzzled. The room they had passed through and the one they were in now were supposed to be about the same size according to the blueprints, but something seemed off. The second room felt smaller. He went back and forth between the 2 rooms. There was only one door into the innermost room, and on the far side was the balcony. The relative lack of furniture made it feel more spacious, but the distance from the wall to the balcony was noticeably less than the dimensions of the other room. He went back again, and this time he inspected a chest of drawers by the wall. It exactly matched the missing dimension of the other room. Silently, he opened the chest. He reached in, past a panoply of gaudy clothing. Despite the chest's seemingly solid construction, the backboard felt oddly thin. He found that with just a gentle push, it raised up. He leaned into the chest, getting down on all fours to peer inside. Where he would have expected a wall, there was an open space. A secret tunnel. And he could see a dim light. Bang, a voice said playfully. Jinchi discovered the muzzle of a gun held right up to his face. Lulin was there, in the tunnel, and she was holding some sort of firearm far more complex than the Fifa Jinchi knew. It was like the one Shisho had fired earlier, but smaller, more portable. It could fit even in a cramped space like this. He was shocked to realize they hadn't just been producing fire powder here, but also the newest firearms. "Allow me to call you Master Jinchi." "For convenience," Lulin said, still holding the gun on him. She was covered in soot, and her hair was scorched. The candle in the candle holder she carried flickered each time she spoke. "Would you be so kind as to come with me? What if I refuse? If I was willing to let you do that, I wouldn't be threatening you." Jinchi was almost impressed by her audacity. He looked at the current model FIFA, taking in all the things about it that were new and different. He raised his hands. "Understood." And with that, he followed Lulin into the tunnel. The blueprints Jinchi had studied hadn't shown any secret tunnels. Maybe that would have defeated the purpose of making them secret. Or perhaps Shisho had added this passage only recently. The tunnel was narrow, and Lulin walked backward so she could keep the gun on Jinchi. It might have been easier with Jinchi walking in front and Lulin holding the gun at his back, but she was probably wary of the possibility that he would attempt to take the weapon from her as he went to walk in front of her. "I'm a little surprised you're just coming with me," Lulan said. "And yet you're the one who told me to," he replied, almost nonchalantly. Lulan giggled. Strangely, he found that she seemed much more human than she had in the rear palace. "Surely it would be easy enough for you to take this from me." Yes, Jinchi couldn't be certain, but he suspected he would be more than able to overpower her. But he didn't say that, just remained silent. There must not have been much air in the tunnel, for the candle kept flickering. Just before it guttered out, though, they arrived at a secret room. The candle flame regained its strength. Some opening must have been letting in air, and its light illuminated two other women. One was a young lady who looked much like Lulan, although there was a dark bruise on her face. "Oh, Suirei, my dear sister. She hasn't done anything awful to you already, has she?" The other woman shook her head in short, staccato twitches. Suirei, that was the name of the palace woman who had come back from the dead. And this was the face of the eunuch who had entered the rear palace not long ago. Then Jinchi looked at the third woman in the room, middle-aged and wearing what struck him as outrageous clothing and makeup, without any sense of the dignity that was appropriate to her age. It reminded him of how Lulan had been back in the rear palace. The only furniture in the room was two chairs and a single desk. "Lulan," the middle-aged woman began, "is this man?" "Yes, mother. I brought him here to make your wish come true." Lulan's mother, Shenmei, glowered at Jinchi with undisguised fury. But Lulan went on, "I know how much you've always hated him. His appearance. Is it because of who he reminds you of? Or simply because you've always been jealous of him, always resented how much more beautiful he is than you?" "Lulan." Shenmei snapped at her daughter. Lulan, though, didn't so much as flinch. Instead, Suirei trembled. She seemed so much different than Jinchi had been told. "I'm sorry. That was going too far for a joke, I suppose. Then allow me to put on a little performance for you. A warm-up before the main event." Then she set down the candle, tucked the fifa into her sash, and calmly, clearly, began to tell a story. Lulan's story took place during the time of the previous emperor. The imbecilic ruler had been his mother's puppet when it came to conducting politics. This was an awfully disrespectful way to talk about the former emperor. What kept Jinchi from getting mad about it was the knowledge that it was all too true. Jinchi had never thought that the man he called father was frightening. But the woman who stood behind him, the Empress Regnant, she was terrifying. Jinchi chased a wisp of an old memory. What the end of the Empress Regnant's life had been like, he didn't really know. All he remembered was that the former emperor had passed on quickly, as if hurrying to follow his mother into the next life. Ever more impatient with her son's lack of interest in grown women, the Empress Regnant had larded the rear palace with the most beautiful ladies. And then she had instructed the chieftain of one of the northern families to offer his daughter, who was to be set up at least outwardly as one of the ruler's high consorts. "What are you saying, Lulan?" Shenmei asked, puzzled by her daughter's tale. The story wasn't going quite the way she knew it. Lulan covered her mouth with her sleeve and giggled. "Is this the first time you've heard this story, mother?" "My grandfather mumbled it like a mantra on his deathbed as he wasted away from illness. There was nothing new in the idea of nominally making a high official's daughter a consort in order to effectively hold her hostage. It had happened throughout history." "Do you know why the rear palace got so large?" Lulan asked Jinchi. "I've heard it was at the instigation of your father," whispering in the ear of the Empress Regnant. That was the general view within the court, that Shisho had wormed his way into the notoriously cagey Empress Regnant's inner circle. Shisho had originally been nothing more than the unremarkable son of a branch of the Shi family, but by dint of his own cleverness and the blood in his veins, he had gotten himself adopted by the main house, which lacked an heir, and been given the name Shisho. The main house, that was Shenmei's family. She had been betrothed to Shisho since before she had been gifted to him by the emperor. "That's right," Lulan said. I believe he suggested the expansion of the rear palace as a new public works program. A nice way of putting it, Jinchi thought. A way of sidestepping the issue anytime the question of the diminishing size of the rear palace came up. He proposed it in connection with the slave trade. That caused Jinchi's eyes to widen. Shenmei looked as surprised as he did. Suirei, meanwhile, remained expressionless. Lulin giggled at Jinchi. Then she looked at Shenmei. You really didn't know any of this, did you, mother? You don't know what grandfather did to draw the Empress Regnant's ire. Why he had to offer his daughter to the rear palace to keep him in line. Slavery had been alive and well at that time, the palace had even been staffed by enslaved eunuchs. But Lulin had referred to the slave trade. Li's system of government-sanctioned slavery operated on similar principles to its brothels. When a person had worked long enough to repay their purchase price, or fulfilled a set term of service, they could be considered emancipated. But that held true only within the nation's borders. The export of slaves to other countries was supposed to be forbidden, and yet, it seems slaves are quite a profitable commodity. Forbidden or not, there's no end of people eager to get their hands in that particular till. At the time, it seems young ladies brought an especially high price. With one of its most prominent daughters now held hostage, the Shi clan had been forced to scale down its slave trading operation. The trade didn't disappear entirely, however, and what remained was said to center around the rear palace. It involved not just young women, but often men, who were frequently castrated before they were sold off as slaves. This had been Shisho's suggestion: use the rear palace to shelter the women who would otherwise have been sold abroad. His thinking matched up neatly with that of the Empress Regnant, who saw his proposal as a way to kill two birds with one stone politically, and with respect to her son. Parents felt guilty having to sell off their daughters, and given the choice, they would rather see them serve in the rear palace than be carted off as slaves. 2 years of service would also be likely to leave them with some skills or education that would lessen the chance that they would fall into slavery afterward. Above all, serving in the rear palace was a distinguished qualification in its own right. Unfortunately, with the dramatic expansion of the rear palace, the plans for education and so on had come to little. But of course, the Empress Regnant had more than one iron in the fire, and so did my father. By gaining the Empress Regnant's trust, he hoped to repair the reputation of the Shi clan. And if that proved impossible? I know things have been hard for you, mother. If this was where it was going to end, then I wish you had run away before it all started. After father went to all that trouble to give you the chance. Was she referring to the secret passage out of the rear palace? Was that what it had been for? Jinchi wondered. Shenmei's face was like a storm. Was it that you couldn't trust a man who said he would throw away his position to leave with you? Lulin, you little. Deep creases formed on Shenmei's face as she looked at her daughter, yet it was not Lulin but Suirei who looked intimidated. Shenmei seemed to notice this. She turned a look on Suirei as if glaring at some filth on the ground. Of course I didn't trust him. How could I? My father's body was hardly cold before he took over headship of the family and married the mother of this wench. Suirei was watching Shenmei, still shivering. Lulin giggled again and went over to Suirei. She took the hand of this sister from a different mother, placing her other hand at Suirei's collar and tugging at something that dangled around her neck. Something very similar to Jinchi's own silver hair stick hung from a string. But where Jinchi's depicted a kylon, Suirei's was in the shape of a bird. Those who recognized it would have known it was a phoenix. Like the kylon, only a select few were entitled to wear that symbol. I guess His Former Majesty must have felt guilty. Worried about the baby he'd expelled from the rear palace. Because it seems he visited her rather frequently, by father's good offices. It was Shisho who had secretly sheltered the doctor and child who had been banished from the rear palace. In time, the child had grown up, Shisho took over headship of his family, and the young woman had reached an age to be married. The emperor had denied his daughter once, but in time he must have come to terms with the fact that she was his. Because do you know what he said to father? Would you be so kind as to take my daughter as your wife? Shisho, trusted by the Empress regnant and almost like family to the former emperor himself, must have seemed an ideal son-in-law to the sovereign. The former emperor vowed to grant any wish Shisho might have. How then could he refuse? So the former head of the Shi clan, who had attracted such scrutiny from the Empress regnant, died on his sickbed, and leadership passed to Shisho, whom the Empress regnant trusted. There was no more need to keep Shenmei as a hostage. It was the emperor who had ultimate discretion as to what happened to the flowers of the rear palace. Shisho had married the sovereign's daughter, and a child had been born to them. They named her Shisui, granting her the clan name, Shi. This was the woman now known as Suirei. And thus you, mother, were graciously bestowed upon father. The former emperor was a fool of a man, and had completely failed to understand the effect this choice would have on his daughter. Suirei's mother died of illness soon after, and Suirei was taken in by the former rear palace physician. That man would later be hired and brought to this very fortress to create an elixir of immortality, but that's another story. About the same time the doctor took Suirei in, the former emperor took to secreting himself away in his room, and for the more than 10 years from then until he died, there was no word from him. Left with only a single piece of silver jewelry, the girl now known as Suirei never learned that she was the former emperor's granddaughter, and after Lilin was born, she was treated as no better than the child of a concubine. Even her name was taken from her and given to her newborn little sister. You're lying. That's enough mindless drivel from you. Shenmei, faced with the truth, backed away. The story must have been shocking for Suirei as well, but she appeared virtually unmoved. Only, she kept looking uneasily at Shenmei. Perhaps Suirei had known all along. Lilin, still smiling, approached Shenmei. Drivel, mother? And after father labored the rest of his life for you, knowing all the while that it could only end in destruction. You don't even know why Master Jinchi is here, do you? She looked at her mother contemptuously, then turned to Jinchi. Tell us about the end of my father's life. He died, laughing, Jinchi said. He didn't know what the laughter had signified, as he didn't know anything Shisho might have been thinking. Having heard Lilin's story, though, he started to think he could sense a different perspective. He even began to wonder if he had been looking at the Shi clan's rebellion the wrong way all along. That man. Power was all he ever wanted. I'm sure the only reason he even married me was so he could lay claim to the family headship. Shenmei's face contorted. Lilin, though, smiled again. And yet, within the clan, it was you who held sway, was it not, mother? Do you understand what kind of people they were, the family members who worked so hard to flatter you? They were fools, taking bribes and embezzling money, but they sucked up to Shenmei, knowing that if they had her favor, Shisho, the nominal head of the clan, would say nothing. He was just an adopted son, after all, a little boy who'd stumbled into the family. As much influence as he might wield at court, within the clan his power was minimal. Shenmei systematically chased out anyone who said things she didn't like until finally, there was nothing to check the rot. And this was the source of a pernicious misunderstanding. What had been the motivation behind the expansion of the rear palace on the one hand and the embezzlement from the national treasury on the other? The two should be viewed separately, not as all the doing of the Shi clan. Lilin looked at Jinchi and smiled, for she could see that he grasped what she was trying to say. The slave trade had been abolished on the accession of the current emperor. Yes, it continued underground, but it was the groundwork laid by Shisho and the Empress regnant that had allowed the system to be ended more or less easily. Now Jinchi was looking for something to conceivably replace it as the rear palace shrank again, and even in this case, the Shi clan had managed to interfere. Everyone always called my father a tanuki, but they forget that tanuki are cowardly creatures. It's because they know they're secretly so small and weak that they try so hard to trick everybody. With that, Jinchi understood. He knew why Shisho had died laughing, because the cowardly tanuki had succeeded in deceiving everybody right to the very end. Did father play his part properly? Was he the villain he needed to be? Lulan asked, a smile flitting across her face. Jinchi at last understood what Shisho had been aiming for. He sought to become the necessary evil, bringing all the country's corruption together in one place. A role that could never be rewarded, for which he would never be celebrated. Jinchi clenched his fist so hard that his fingernails bit into his palm, drawing blood. Do you have any proof that any of this is true? Was the corruption consuming the court from within largely eliminated, or wasn't it? How could you know your plan would work? If it didn't, we could always simply fall back on a coup d'état. If a nation is weak enough to be dragged along by corruption like that, then better that it not exist. Lulan sounded almost offhand. You were plotting this all along? Shenmei demanded, her voice trembling. You and him, you've been deceiving me this entire time. Deceiving you? I did exactly what you said, mother. Didn't you say this nation deserved to go to dust? Then you chased out every fellow clan member who didn't march to your tune, and surrounded yourself with sycophants who hung on your every word. Did you really think that a rabble like that could defeat the country's own army? Shenmei looked furious at her daughter's hard words. Finally, she jumped at Lulan, her nail caps leaving two long, red streaks down the side of her daughter's cheek. Is that not what these are for? Shenmei demanded. She had grabbed the fifa. That's more than you can handle, mother. Give it back, please. Be quiet. But Lulan only chuckled mockingly. What's so funny? Shenmei snapped. Mother. You sound like a two-bit thug. Shenmei's face twisted horribly, and she fired the gun. Jinchi threw himself to the ground. Something went flying past him, accompanied by the ear-splitting roar. I'm such a bad daughter. If I really wanted the same thing as father, I could never have done this. Lulan's face was streaked with blood. Across from her, though, Shenmei was absolutely covered in it. In her hand was what remained of the exploded fifa. These new fifa are very complicated. That one was a prototype. She'd only brought it along in order to intimidate Jinchi. It might simply have had stuffing inside it. Didn't it ever occur to you to take it from me, Master Jinchi? Surely there would have been any number of chances, if you'd been looking for them. I assumed you had something you wanted to tell me. Hee hee. If only your pretty head were as empty as it looks. Laughing, and still being rather rude, Lulan plucked the fifa out of Shenmei's blood-soaked hand and threw it away. Then she gently laid her mother down, holding her shaking hand. Father is dead. You could at least shed a tear for him. He was waiting for you all his life. If you had cried, I wouldn't have said what I did. Until the former emperor had made his request, Shisho had remained completely chaste, not taking so much as a single concubine. It was the sort of purity that could only have been mustered by a man whose heart still beat solely for the woman to whom he had been betrothed when he was young. Shenmei didn't speak, she couldn't. Flying shards of metal had ravaged her face in the blast. No shadow of her former beauty remained, just a red mess. Suire observed all this with trembling. There must have been another way, Jinchi said, getting to his feet. Maybe, Lulan replied. But it's hard to give everyone what they want. We aren't wise enough for that. Shenmei was simply mean-spirited. She'd wanted to destroy the country that had made such a fool of her. Shisho, everything he had done had been for Shenmei's sake. Even if it had backfired on him, he had done it all out of his feelings for her. Yet at the same time, he was a loyal retainer unable to abandon his country. And thus he had spent decades upon decades playing the villain, all the way to the end. Jinchi couldn't tell what Suire was thinking. For her, had this been about appeasing the spirits of her mother and grandmother? And did she look somehow relieved as her empty gaze settled upon Shenmei, gasping for breath? Or was that simply Jinchi's imagination? As for Lulan, I know I'm in no position to make demands, but perhaps I could request 2 favors of you, she said. What are they? Thank you, she said first, bowing deeply. She knew she had no reason to expect that Jinchi would listen to her. Then she produced a piece of paper from the folds of her robe and handed it to him. He caught his breath when he saw what was written on it, for what it said was unimaginable. Truthfully, I was hoping to use this to bargain for my life. But I don't think it would get me very far now. That paper reveals what's going to happen to this country. If the Shi clan still existed when it did, they might have compounded the situation and destroyed the nation. Written on the piece of paper was a prediction of something far worse than this rebellion. Lulin's fingers brushed her mother's skin. Shenmei's breath was rapidly fading. Any members of our clan with any sense abandoned the Shi name long ago. And my older sister is the same. They've already died once, so perhaps I could ask you to overlook them. There was a beat. I'll do what I can, Jinchi said. You'll let the dead lie, then? Lulin repeated, seeking confirmation. I appreciate it. Suirei, as someone with a connection to the former emperor, could not be wholly ignored. Thank you very much. Lulin bowed her head again and took Shenmei's hand. The deformed nail caps were still clinging to it, just barely. Lulin stuck them on her own fingertips. At the same moment, Jinchi thought he sensed someone. Basin and the others had finally realized he was missing, and had eventually succeeded in finding the hidden passageway. Did Lulin realize they were coming? My second wish, then. She reached out toward Jinchi, stretching toward him with the hand decorated with the long nail caps. She seemed like she was moving so slowly. He could easily have dodged her, had he wished to. And yet Jinchi didn't move, but accepted it. The terrible nail cap bit into his cheek, tearing skin and flesh. A few drops of blood flew into his eye. He squeezed it shut, but with his open eye, he looked at Lulin. Thank you very much, she repeated, and bowed for the third time. She had done what her mother, unable to escape death, had not had a chance to do, and scarred the face Shenmei had reviled so much. It might seem a pointless act now, but it sealed Lulin's fate. I wonder if I could be an even better actor than father, she quipped, and then she turned to look at Shenmei. Dear mother, I've done everything I can do. Still smiling, she opened the door across from them, revealing blowing snow. They were on the roof of the fortress. Lulin twirled out the door, sleeves waving, black hair flying, the dancing flakes surrounded her. Basin and the others were in the narrow passageway, looking for their moment. Basin, his eyes full of fury, leapt forward, hardly understanding what had happened. When Lulin was sure he was in the room, she raised her long-nailed fingers high. Even in the faint moonlight, you could see the blood on them. Lulin, blood streaks on her face, almost appeared to float above the snow. And behind her was Jinchi with a fresh wound on his cheek. Suddenly Lulin laughed, loud and long. Ah ha 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 ha. Her voice rebounded off the snow. She sounded wild, but in her eyes, at least, you could see that she was still sane. The faces of Basin and his companions turned to sheer fury. The light had gone out of Shenmei's eyes. One could think only that she reaped what she had sown. Suirei, still trembling, stretched out her hand, but she couldn't reach Lulin. Jinchi could do nothing but witness Lulin's last moments, clutching the piece of paper she had given him. In the snow, her sleeves flapped and her hair whipped. Her laughter was suddenly accompanied by the crack of gunshots. Lulin danced along even as the bullets brushed past her sleeves and grazed her cheek. Finally, Jinchi was sure, this was her stage. And all those around her were merely supporting actors drawn into her performance. The rear palace was a stage, and the country itself, and perhaps she saw her role as the villainess who would overturn them. If her father Shisho had been a tanuki, then maybe Lulin was a fox. After all, in the stories, the villainess who proved a country's undoing always turned out to be a vixen. Lulin continued to dance lightly along. How could she move so delicately among such deep snow? The soldiers, brought up short, were more occupied with firing their fifa than with chasing after her. Should he have stopped her? No, he couldn't. He couldn't mar the performance of the great villainess of her time. Couldn't even take his eyes off it. Another shot. How many was that? There was a thump, and Lulin stopped moving. The unmistakable, nose-prickling smell of fire powder drifted through the air. The bullet had hit Lulin in the chest. She reeled backward, pain spreading over her face. "Arrest her!" Basin shouted to his men. To Jinchi, the idea seemed repugnant. It wasn't the wrong thing to do. But he felt like someone had told him the end of a story he'd been enjoying before he got to it. The smile returned to Lulin's twisted face. Then it vanished again. No, it only seemed to vanish. She had tumbled backward, and there was nothing behind her. Except the fall from the roof. That was the last he saw of Lulin. His body felt impossibly heavy, like all the fatigue of the past several days had finally caught up with him. The moment they'd gotten out of the stronghold, they'd linked up with a reserve unit and he'd received first aid, with someone stitching up his cheek. He was the one getting the stitches, so why did everyone else look like they were in such pain from it? Was it because he had gone without anesthetic? They finally saw Gao Shun again as well, who promptly told Jinchi to get some sleep. Of course Gao Shun was there. The story was that Jinchi had been with the rear unit all along, so Gao Shun had to be seen there. Truth be told, it was only just now that Jinchi was realizing he really hadn't slept for the past several days. "How's the girl?" "She's fine, so go sleep." Did he really look so tired? Maybe he did, but he couldn't bring himself to rest. Gao Shun, clearly sick of Jinchi's intransigence, pointed at a carriage. "I'd recommend keeping your distance." Jinchi promptly ignored him and entered the vehicle. There he discovered a diminutive young woman, soot-stained and blood-stippled, lying asleep on top of several blankets. She was curled up like an infant, making her look even smaller than she usually did. She was surrounded by a collection of objects wrapped in white cloths. "The dead children of the Shi clan," Gao Shun explained. "Why is she sleeping with them? You know it's impossible to talk her out of something when she gets an idea in her head." He was right. This young woman, Mao Mao, had a distinct stubborn streak. Was there some reason she wanted to be there? "She looks awful." "Speak for yourself, sir," Gao Shun said, grimacing. It pained Jinchi to remember the sight of Gao Shun beating Basin after they had returned. Jinchi had been injured, yes, and he knew that a soldier who failed in his duty must be punished, but it was only because Jinchi had acceded to the wish of that vanished vixen. "Forget about me," he said brusquely. "In any event, you made the right choice not to let the strategist see her." From what Jinchi heard, the man had not made a very graceful landing on leaping out of the carriage and had injured his back. He couldn't take a step on his own. Jinchi climbed into the carriage. "Wait outside." Gao Shun nodded slowly. Jinchi gazed at Mao Mao's face. There was blood on it, and her left ear was swollen, although it had been smeared with ointment. None of this would have happened to Mao Mao if she had never gotten involved with him. The thought made his heart ache. Other than her ear, she had no injuries to speak of, but he could see a dark bruise on her neck. Had someone hit her? And the blood, it must have come from somewhere. Slowly, Jinchi reached out his hand. And then, "Excuse me, Master Jinchi, but may I ask what you're doing?" Mao Mao looked at him just like someone trying to drive away a nasty little housefly. Chapter 22, In the Clutches of the Fox. When Mao Mao opened her eyes, she found a lovely nobleman in front of her. For some reason, he was leaning over her and reaching toward her collar. She gave Jinchi a glare, causing him to exclaim, "Well, stumbling over his words and waving his hands as if to protest his innocence. Normally, she might have held the glare a little longer, but she couldn't help noticing a bandage on his face. "Master Jinchi, what's that?" she asked, straightening her collar. "It's nothing. A graze." He tried to hide it with his hand. Mao Mao looked annoyed. "Let me see it. It's hardly worth showing to you." "That, of course, only made Mao Mao more interested. She pressed forward, leaning toward Jinchi so fast that he backed up slightly. When she finally had him with his back to the wall, Mao Mao reached out slowly. For a moment, she didn't say anything. His perfect jewel of a face now had a wound, mended with stitches, running diagonally down the right cheek. It was more than just a superficial scratch, something had torn through the flesh. The stitches were uneven, it would be best if they were redone as soon as possible. Mao Mao would have liked to do it herself right then and there, but her hands were shaking with immense fatigue. "You were in the fighting," she said. "I could hardly sit back and watch while others put themselves in danger, could I?" "Why not? You're important enough." Her annoyance was beginning to show in her tone. "I wish you wouldn't go running into danger. If you get yourself hurt, it will only cause trouble for everyone around you." He scratched his head and smiled somewhat bitterly. "Yes, I confess it was most unfair of me to do that to Basin. It's surprising how strong Gao Shun can be when he wants to." He began awkwardly to reattach the bandage, but Mao Mao took it from him. "I certainly didn't intend to get hurt," Jinchi said. "Who does? It's just someone made a most unusual request of me." He wrinkled his brow. There was sadness in his obsidian eyes. "Were you close with Lulin?" The question seemed rather abrupt. "Relatively," Mao Mao said. "Were you friends?" "I'm not sure I know." She really didn't. She'd thought the relationship had been something close to friendship, or at least it had felt like it to her. But as for what Lulin had thought, she couldn't say. Chatting with Xiaolan and Lulin, or rather, Shisui, hadn't been such a bad feeling. There were many things I didn't know about her. The same, it seems, was true of me. The pain on Jinchi's face intensified. "And now we've lost the chance to understand her." Mao Mao took his meaning. "I see, sir." Of course. Mao Mao had known it would be this way. For when Shisui had left that room, she'd entrusted something to Mao Mao and then gone out knowing she was to meet her destiny. All Mao Mao could do was honor what had been entrusted to her. "Master Jinchi, don't you want to rest?" "Yes. I really am terribly tired." His complexion was not good. Jinchi was probably in far worse shape than Mao Mao, even though she was the one who had been kidnapped. He had unmistakable bags under his eyes, and his lips were dry and dull. The obvious thing would have been for him to return to his own carriage and sleep, but to Mao Mao's amazement, he lay down on the pelt in her own vehicle. Mao Mao let her frustration show on her face. "I must ask that you not sleep here, Master Jinchi." "Why not?" "I'm tired." Surely I shouldn't have to explain. Mao Mao looked around. There were 5 bundles in the carriage with them, the children of the Shi clan. "This place is impure." "I'm aware of that." "Then why?" Before she could finish speaking, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her close. His hand felt very cold. They found themselves lying facing each other on the animal skin. "Then why are you here?" "Even I know to take pity on children," she said, reciting the words she'd rehearsed. "Do you? I wonder." Still lying there, Jinchi cocked his head. "Didn't your teacher in medicine forbid you from touching dead bodies?" Curse him for remembering that. Mao Mao fought the urge to scowl openly. "Considering he felt the need to issue such a stricture, I don't think you would last very long in a place like this," Jinchi said. He picked the worst times to have sharp intuition. Mao Mao struggled to think of some way to escape the eyes that now studied her so intently. While she was frozen in thought, Jinchi reached out again. He turned her collar back. "And what happened to you?" he asked, frowning. The skin under her collar bore a dark, ugly bruise where Shenmei had hit Mao Mao with her fan. Mao Mao was a little embarrassed, but decided it would be best to move things along promptly. "I met someone who was less than nice." "You were attacked," Jinchi said, his voice icy. "It was a woman," Mao Mao made sure to add. Jinchi seemed awfully concerned about everyone else's chastity. She flinched as he ran his fingers along the bruise. You don't think there will be a scar? What, from this? It'll be gone before you know it. Discomfited by the feeling of his fingers on her skin, she backed away, but Jinchi only reached out farther. Finally, Mao Mao resorted to sitting up and straightening her collar. Don't go getting a scar, Jinchi said. I could say the very same thing to you, sir. Jinchi frowned. I'm a man. What's it matter on me? Oh, you quite surpass a man. As if I cared. Then I don't care either. If one scar is enough to obliterate my value, then so be it. And after you gave me such a piece of your mind. Jinchi didn't sit up, but he didn't let go of Mao Mao's wrist either. Some of the warmth was beginning to return to his hand. Am I such that one scar would obliterate my value? He asked, his hand tightening on her wrist. Am I nothing more than my face? Mao Mao instinctively shook her head. Frankly, a bit of a scar might do you good, she said, more honestly than she had meant to. Jinchi was too beautiful, he could only put those who saw him out of sorts. And those around him focused too much on his looks. Even though he wasn't as flowery and delicate as he appeared, Mao Mao thought, he was made of sterner stuff. In her opinion, only a small handful of people around him understood that. Don't you think it makes you look more manly than before? She said. She noticed his lips tighten when she said that. He looked around uneasily, blinked, and shook his head. What's the matter, sir? Jinchi scratched the back of his neck with his free hand. Considering the circumstances, I thought maybe I'd simply grin and bear it. No need to bear anything. If you're tired, hurry up and get out of here and rest, she had been about to say. But it seemed sleepiness was not what Jinchi was trying to endure. He pulled on her wrist again, and when she sat down facing him, he grabbed the upper part of her other arm. When I looked at your injury, I meant to act as calm as I could, he said. His unsettling face got closer and closer to hers, she could feel the heat of his breath on her skin. I'm surprised. I think I seemed calmer than I expected. Huh. At that moment, she remembered, they'd been in a situation much like this one before, hadn't they? And hadn't it been really rather compromising? Her back was pressed to one of the carriage's support posts, she had nowhere to run. Master Jinchi, hadn't you better get some sleep? I'm still all right. How could he say that with those giant bags under his eyes? I'll restitch your wound, sir. Let me go get some painkillers. I can live with it another half hour. Another half hour, indeed. Jinchi ignored her. Maybe it was the fatigue that made his eyes look like a feral dog's. This isn't good. She twisted and pulled, but he was stronger than she was. Jinchi kept getting closer and closer, and when their noses were almost touching, there was a clatter. Jinchi all but jumped into the air. What was that? When he realized the noise had come from where the children were resting, he looked even more stunned. That was perfect for Mao Mao, who shoved past him and toward the source of the sound. She felt the wrists of the swaddled children one by one. No. No. She thought, and then she felt the wrist of the third child. The small lips fluttered, there was an almost imperceptible hush of breath. She found a pulse, faint but detectable. If only these little ones were bugs, they might have been able to sleep through the winter, Shisui had said. Those insects that made the bell-like sound, the females ate the males, and then they died too. Only their offspring survived, hibernating through the cold months. Shisui had compared her clan to insects, and she'd given Mao Mao one other clue, as well. There was another country where, sometimes, the drug was used in secret practices. It could kill a person, and then bring them back to life. It killed them with poison, but with time, the poison dissipated, and when it was completely neutralized, the dead person was revived. Suirei had taught Mao Mao about the resurrection drug. Had that been part of Shisui's plan too? They're alive? Jinchi asked from behind her, but Mao Mao didn't have time to entertain his question. She was massaging the children's bodies, desperately hoping to make the resurrection effect work. That was the whole reason Shisui had brought her here. Mao Mao didn't know what Jinchi would do with the revivified children, but she didn't have time to explain, either herself or them. Hot water. Master Jinchi, please, get some hot water. And something to warm them up. Clothes, food, it doesn't matter. Let the dead lie, Jinchi chuckled. She got me. The vixen got what she wanted. Master Jinchi. Mao Mao shouted. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but she didn't have the time to care. Yes, of course, he said, and she couldn't shake the impression that there was almost a cheerful tone to his voice. His expression was much softer than earlier, though it carried some disappointment, as well. Mao Mao was focused completely on the children, who were slowly starting to breathe again. When Jinchi returned with blankets and a bucket of hot water, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Can we continue this later?" "Sure, whatever," Mao Mao replied, too busy to think much about it. She had the little ones to worry about. Epilogue. The capital was in an absolute uproar that day. For the emperor had finally taken an empress, and at the very same time, a new crown prince had been presented. The celebratory atmosphere, building on the anticipation of the new year that had already been brewing, even reached the pleasure district, and the young apprentice girls were beside themselves with excitement. The empress's name was Gyakuyo, and the crown prince was her son. The child had been delivered safely. As joyous as that was, it also meant that Mao Mao was now without an occupation, and so we find her back in her tumble-down apothecary's shop, grinding herbs. "Yo, Freckles, how about a snack?" A boy, young enough that his voice hadn't changed, opened the door and came in. His name was Joyu, a brat of a kid with a dumb gap in his front teeth. They'd abandoned his old name. The fact that his new one sounded somewhat like it was a tactic of desperation, for the boy seemed to have a faint memory of what he was once called. It was clear to see that he was still an unruly kid, but it had only been a few days earlier that he had finally been able to get up and about. He'd been in a sort of torpor until then. It was impossible to say whether it was down to his youth or simple good luck that he was able to be this active again. Eventually, all 5 of the children had revived. Mao Mao had expended every effort to keep them breathing, including having Suirei, who had been moved elsewhere, summoned to assist with the resurrections. She'd said the experiments hadn't been finished. No doubt she would have wished to wait until the effects of the drug were better understood before doing something like this. But circumstances had left no choice except to give the children the medicine. As a result, several of them suffered side effects. Joyu had been the last of the 5 to awaken. These children, who would otherwise have gone to the gallows with their parents, were given new names and taken in by a new home. Joyu, though, remained in the pleasure district. For better or for worse, he had lost his memory. He was also left with mild paralysis in half his body, but under the circumstances, one had to say he was lucky. For a while, it had looked as if he might not wake up at all. No one seemed to know quite how it was that the children had survived, but in any case, they were to go to live with the former consort Aduo. Some argued that they should be sent to different places, but Aduo felt that would be needlessly cruel. Mao Mao was amazed when she saw the former consort. She was wearing men's clothing, for some reason, but she seemed far more alive than she ever had when she was living in the rear palace. What really startled Mao Mao, though, was the former consort's resemblance to Jinchi. I did wonder. Could it be? No, no. Let's drop that train of thought. Mao Mao forced the fantasy she'd once entertained out of her mind. Aduo had taken in not just the children, but Suirei as well. Yes, she had been something of a thorn in the side of the rear palace, but allowances could be made for her circumstances, and above all the fact that the former emperor's blood flowed in her veins argued in her favor. She would be watched closely, certainly, but her life would be spared. Joyu had been sent to the pleasure district because it was felt that, lacking his memories, it would be best if he were raised separately from the other children. Mao Mao thought that might be a mess in the making, but it was nothing to do with her. Or at least, it wasn't supposed to be so. What was the nasty little brat doing in her shop? They had insisted that this was really the safest place for him, but Mao Mao was damned if she knew how so. The brat began to rifle through the medicine cabinet, and Mao Mao gave him a sound knuckle to the top of the head. Ouch! What did you do that for? That is not for you to eat, Mao Mao said, snatching back from him the packet of expensive rice crackers one of her sisters had given her. Instead she tossed him a piece of brown sugar from the same drawer. That seemed to be enough to satisfy Zhou Yu, who walked out of the shop munching on it. There was a good-natured guard who sometimes played with him, that was probably where he was going. They say children are highly adaptable, and Zhou Yu was living proof. Instead of getting all depressed about having amnesia, he reveled in having lovely ladies to dote on him and a friendly guy to be his playmate. In fact, he hardly seemed to have any complaints at all for the moment. The old madam, meanwhile, had been well compensated for taking him in, and nothing warmed her cockles like a financial windfall. In other words, it would be a while before she felt any need to get upset at him. Mao Mao lounged lazily on the floor, munching on the salty rice crackers. She folded a raggedy old cushion and put it under her head, then lay back and gazed upward. Her old man, Luo Men, wasn't going to be coming back to the pleasure district. For the time being, it had been decided that he would stay at the palace. He'd been banished on dubious grounds, yes, but he was a man of consummate talent. No doubt the emperor was loath to let him go. And why was Mao Mao here, instead of serving Jinchi again? There was a reason for that too. Seikiyu had visited Mao Mao at one point. Although she'd known Mao Mao was an apothecary, she'd been surprised to discover that the pleasure district was her base of operations. I wasn't going to be able to sleep if I didn't at least get these to you, she said, and gave Mao Mao 2 letters written on crude paper. The name of the sender was one they had practiced again and again, writing in the dirt. They were from Xiaolan. Xiaolan was pretty lonely, Seikiyu informed her, what with how Mao Mao and Shisui had both disappeared at the same time. Apparently, the public story was that both of them had been dismissed from the rear palace. She was really down about it, Seikiyu said. You could have at least said goodbye to her. She went on to describe how Xiaolan was doing in rather detailed terms. Mao Mao started to sense that, unable to leave Xiaolan completely alone, Seikiyu had taken up the mantle of being her friend. There's not that much work she can do, but being cheerful like she is goes a long way. Xiaolan hadn't been able to get herself retained at the rear palace, but one of the lower consorts had taken a liking to her, and had written her a letter of introduction. She was now a serving woman to the consort's younger sister at their family home. Mao Mao didn't doubt that the charming Xiaolan would soon be fully integrated into the household. One of the letters was addressed to Mao Mao, but the other was for Shisui. Mao Mao opened the one addressed to her. The penmanship left something to be desired, clearly the work of someone still learning her characters, but the effort she had put into this note describing her current situation was evident. There were mistakes and revisions in a few places, but paper was still too luxurious a resource for Xiaolan to rewrite the letter afresh. Instead, she simply blotted out the errors. At the very end, she had written, I hope I get to see you again sometime. I want more ice cream. As for the letter for Shisui, Mao Mao took it, but didn't open it. She suspected, though, that whatever else it said, that last line was probably the same. She felt something warm roll gently down her cheek. Ploop, it went, falling onto the paper and distorting the characters. They hadn't found Shisui's body. She'd been shot with a FIFA and then fallen off the stronghold roof, yet no matter how they pawed through the snowbanks below, they came up with nothing. They said they would look for the body again when the snow melted in spring. Mao Mao, for one, hoped they never found it. I'll have to go find more medicinal ingredients. Mao Mao had her work cut out for her in the pleasure district, probably far more so than she ever had in the palace. Her old man had made a supply of medicines before he left, but that was long gone, and she suspected the fields were dead by now too. She hadn't seen Jinchi since they'd left the Shi stronghold. Even if she'd wanted to, he wasn't exactly the kind of person you could waltz up and ask for a meeting with. There was no way a man who had taken command of an army and had the scar on his face to prove it could continue pretending to be a eunuch in the rear palace. Jinchi must have finally gone back to being whoever he really was. Mao Mao didn't know his real name, she couldn't have used it even if she did. The worlds they lived in were simply too different. As for his injury, there were plenty of perfectly competent doctors around, he didn't need Mao Mao. Hell, her old man was there at the palace. Mao Mao couldn't have done anything to help even if she'd been present. Anyway, now that Jinchi was no longer a eunuch, he couldn't get away with keeping some lowborn girl around him. He wouldn't have to sneak and spy anymore, anyway. So it was best, really, that Mao Mao had come back to the apothecary's shop in the pleasure district. At least with her father no longer there, the madam would probably stop trying to sell her off. Ugh! So tired. She'd been up all night the night before making medicines. Creating new drugs was a challenging endeavor. You could mix several ingredients trying to increase the potency of an effect, but sometimes you accidentally ended up with a poison instead. She'd made several new wounds on her left arm to test some of them out, but she just couldn't quite get the outcome she wanted. She'd even tried rubbing some of her concoction onto the wound on her ear. Why let it go to waste, after all? But it didn't tell her much. After all these years, she seemed to have developed a pretty high tolerance for pain. Got to cut deeper if I want to be sure. Mao Mao looked at her left hand, then tied some string firmly around her pinky. She stood and took a small knife from a cabinet. Here goes. Just as she was about to bring the knife down, a beautiful voice interrupted her. What are you doing? Without a word, she turned to see a man in an unusual mask standing in the entryway of the shop. Behind him were a familiar, middle-aged man who looked distinctly overworked, and the madam, rubbing her hands and offering them an ingratiating smile. Done with all your work? Mao Mao asked, undoing the string around her finger and putting the knife back in the cabinet. Isn't a person entitled to a break every once in a while? The madam poured tea and said, please, relax, still wearing that smile. The drink was made from her best white tea leaves, and was accompanied by small pieces of finely sculpted sugar, the sort of expensive accommodations usually reserved for the three princesses' guests. Are you quite sure this is a suitable meeting place, sir? She inquired, although for some reason she was asking Gao Shun. He nodded, and the old lady, looking slightly disappointed, backed out and closed the door with another relax. Take your time. What's going on here? Mao Mao wondered. Jinchi finally removed his mask, revealing his face, like a perfect jewel except for the scar that ran down one cheek. Mao Mao gave the folded cushion a smack to straighten it out and set it in front of Jinchi, who sat down promptly and without undue grace. I'm sure you've been working hard, sir, Mao Mao said, next placing the tea and snacks before Jinchi. He took a sip of the drink. I won't pretend it's been easy. Dealing with personnel has been a nightmare, and on top of that there's the issue of the Shi clan's territory to contend with. He let out a long sigh, his brow furrowing. Was it just Mao Mao's imagination, or was Gao Shun rubbing off on him? She had heard that the members of the Shi clan had already been executed. Most of them had been at the stronghold, anyway. Their territory would be put under government control, and with the richness of the timber resources in the north, it could be expected to produce a handsome addition to the nation's coffers. Without the Shi clan serving as middleman, they could lower the tax rate in the area and still make plenty of profit. And there were so many things one could do with timber. I hope they turn it into paper. Mao Mao smiled, hoping they had the right kind of trees up north to make decent sheets. She was just thinking how the country's failure to start up a paper industry to this point had probably been due to the Shi clan's interference when she realized she was grinding medicine in a mortar. Don't pretend I'm not here, Jinchi said. Sorry, sir. Old habit. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Jinchi took a bite of the snacks and drank down the rest of his tea. When Mao Mao got up to make more, she found Jinchi grabbing her wrist. Yes, sir? What is it? He tugged, obliging her to sit back down. He was studying the side of her face most intensely, gazing at her ear. She was fairly sure the bruise from where she'd been struck was gone by now. He smells sweet. It wasn't the smell of the snacks, but of his perfume. Suiren always did have good taste, Mao Mao reflected, an image of the slightly mischievous serving woman flashing through her mind. Perhaps it's time I asked you to make good on your promise, Jinchi said. Promise? Mao Mao looked at the ceiling, trying to recall, and Jinchi scowled. You can't pretend you've forgotten. I got you the ingredients for your ice cream, didn't I? Oh. Geez. That. She almost clapped her hands as she remembered. But then her gaze returned to the ceiling as the exact nature of that promise came back to her. What is it? Oh, nothing. It's about a hem your hair stick. Mao Mao's voice grew so quiet it almost disappeared. I gave it to somebody. Jinchi didn't say anything, but his face grew tight less, it seemed, from anger than from disappointment. Mao Mao knew this was bad, she struggled to think of some way of placating him. But they might find it in spring. Why would that be? Well, and then again, they might not. It was better if they didn't. For if they didn't find it, it might make its way back to one of the shops in the capital eventually. You sold it? No, sir, I didn't. This was proving tricky. What should she say? I gave it to Shisui, to Lulin. I did tell her to give it back someday. So that's what you're talking about, Jinchi said, and then he looked squarely at her. In that case, perhaps I'll ask you to fulfill your other promise. Other promise? Other promise? Ah. You mean to listen when someone is talking to me? That's the one, Jinchi said, pleased. Mao Mao faced Jinchi and adopted a formal sitting position. All right then, sir. Go ahead. But Jinchi didn't say anything. Go ahead, Mao Mao repeated. Still he didn't speak, but only gazed at her. Didn't you have anything to say? I did, yes. But on reflection, I'm sure you already know the thing I was about to tell you. He was probably alluding to the matter of his real position, but Mao Mao was already aware of it. There would be no point in his telling her about it now. Something else, then, she suggested. Something else, Jinchi began, but then he said nothing further. Neither of them spoke, the silence stretching on. What, he didn't have anything to say after all. Mao Mao thought. She was about to get up, eager to get back to work on her medicines, when suddenly Jinchi was coming closer, then wrapping himself around her neck. May I ask, sir, what exactly you're doing? She felt something damp and warm brush her neck. No, surround it. She felt teeth, she realized she was being sweetly, gently bitten. Do you know what it means now? Jinchi asked. Well, human saliva can be toxic. Just as a bite from a wild animal had to be carefully disinfected lest it fester, the same precautions had to be taken with a bite from a person. Jinchi said absolutely nothing. I'd like to get back to my work, sir. I know it takes more than a little toxin to bother you. He bit harder. It started to hurt a little, and she smacked him on the back. He only bit down harder still, and before she could stop herself Mao Mao pounded him soundly on the shoulders. Finally she felt his lips move away from her neck. A string of saliva stretched between them for a good shaku before it finally snapped. What, are you going to bite me to death? I've wanted to at times. Mao Mao was just wondering what was with this man when she found him embracing her. Jinchi smirked. Now, where were we? Up close, she saw the stitches hadn't come out of his cheek yet, although they were neater than they had been before, suggesting they'd been redone. Wonder if that's my old man's handiwork, she thought. She found herself reaching toward Jinchi's face. His eyes softened in a smile, looking somehow innocent. And are you poisonous as well? Jinchi was just reaching out for Mao Mao's chin when freckles. There was a crash as the window across from the entrance, where customers could pick up medicines, was thrown open. Check this out. I know you wanted one of these. There was Zhou Yu, looking terribly pleased with himself. He was holding a lizard above his head. Ooh! You got one. Mao Mao slipped past Jinchi, whose head drooped dejectedly, and grabbed the lizard, depositing it directly into a jar. Huh? What's that guy doing on the floor? He's very tired from work. Here, your reward. Mao Mao gave him a chunk of brown sugar. Zhou Yu went running off again. From the floor, Jinchi could be heard to growl, "Knew I should have sent him to the gallows." He sounded like a feral dog indeed. Maybe it was the scar on his cheek that made Jinchi seem less androgynous than before. It was as if he were drawn in bolder lines now. Mao Mao realized she could see a tiny crack in the door, and an eyeball peering through it. She opened the door noisily, discovering a very startled old madam and Gao Shun. "Grams, get a bedroom ready. Pick an incense that promotes sleep." "Yeah, sure," the old lady said with a disappointed click of her tongue. As the old woman left, Mao Mao looked back at Jinchi, still lying on the ground. "You seem most fatigued, Master Jinchi," she said. He only stared at her vacantly. "I think you had better rest." "Yes, fine. I'll do that." "That'll be for the best," Mao Mao thought, but Jinchi didn't move. "Master Jinchi." She crouched down and shook his shoulders. "Huh," she thought, "actually, maybe I can just call him Jinchi now." While she was thinking it over, though, Jinchi said, "This will be my pillow," and put his head smack on Mao Mao's knees. The crown of his head was pressed up into her stomach, and his arms were wrapped around her back. "Master Jinchi." He didn't say anything. Was he asleep, or just pretending? The madam quietly placed a fine cushion and some incense in a corner of the room, then showed herself out. Mao Mao sighed, then reached for her pestle. The smell of the medicine she was crushing mingled with the incense, and the sound of the pestle working was accompanied by Jinchi's even breathing. "My legs are going to fall asleep," Mao Mao thought, as she began working on a new medicine. Days after the start of the new year, the man still hadn't had time to rest. There had been some sort of commotion in the capital, but here in this distant port town, whatever it was seemed unimportant. No skin off his nose. What really mattered to this man was selling his wares while the festive atmosphere lasted. During a celebration, men wanted to show their best side to their women. Every merchant knew that, and every merchant took advantage of it. This man's open-air stall had everything from rings that looked like children's toys to fancy imported necklaces. It was a motley collection of goods, but it suited a moment when the firecrackers were going off. "Thanks for your business." "Ah, another sale." Another man with no eye for value. This customer was walking away with a pair of earrings that would have embarrassed a child playing dress-up. He was going to go back to his village and give them to his beloved, he said, but when she saw what passed for his taste, he would be lucky to get anything but a scornful laugh. Still, the merchant was, well, a merchant, and it was his job to talk up the merchandise, even the crappy stuff. Convince the customer that it was worth parting with his hard-earned coins. The merchant's most recent customer was practically skipping away when a young woman appeared at the shop, someone he didn't recognize. A looky-loo if he'd ever seen one. Her outfit was scruffy and a little dirty. The clothing was made of good stuff, though, in a style they favored far to the north of here. He was just about to shoo her away, lest she interfere with his next transaction, when she looked up at him. "Hey, mister, is this a cicada?" "Ah, yes. Made from jewels in ancient times." He hadn't meant to simply answer her question. The girl's looks, which were far more refined than her clothes, must have thrown him for a loop. There was a vestige of some innocence in her expression, but her body was clearly that of a grown woman. Huh, that's neat. Jewels, huh? She jabbed the jeweled bug with her finger. Hey, I'm trying to sell that. If you're not going to buy it, then don't touch. The cicada wasn't delicate, but he wasn't about to let her put her grimy fingers all over it. After a moment he said, "Are you going to buy it?" I don't have much money." "Then forget it, kid." It didn't matter how pretty she was. You had to draw the line somewhere. The cicada must have really captured the young woman's attention, for she couldn't seem to take her eyes off it. He wondered how she'd react if he told her it had supposedly been made to be placed in the mouth of a dead person. Yeah, that would probably spook her enough to get her to go somewhere else. He was about to inform her of the fact, when... Here. The young woman took a hair stick from the folds of her robe. "What's this?" "Payment in kind." "You want it?" The man squinted at her and took it. Whatever this hair stick was, it wasn't likely to be worth much. Then again, its beauty and fine craftsmanship showed that it was not the sort of thing one would find at the average jewelry shop. There was some damage to one part of it that was a shame. It would bring the price down significantly. But that was the only flaw. It was strange, the flat part of the hair stick showed a trace as if it had been bored through. Almost like there was something round stuck inside. "How about it?" "Sure, this'll do just fine." The merchant considered asking where it had come from, just in case, but he thought better of it. No, he should simply thank his lucky stars to have come into possession of such a thing. The crest on this hair stick was superb in and of itself. He could use the patterned base and replace the decoration with something else, and it would still sell for a pretty sum. "I'll take this, then." The young woman held the jeweled cicada up to the sun, making it gleam, and laughed. Her guileless smile made even her grimy outfit seem to shine. The merchant thought of the emperor's garden of flowers, the rear palace. This young woman must have been the sort of blossom that bloomed there. Drawn in by her smile, the man found himself talking to her before he could stop himself. "A pretty thing like you, if you were to be part of the emperor's flower garden, you could have all the luxuries you wanted. You know, His Majesty's favorite consort." "What was her name?" "You mean consort Gyakuyo?" "Yeah, that's the one. They said she's the empress now." Sometimes the booksellers sold pictures of her. Too expensive for commoners to afford, but they served nicely to draw in customers. "Oh, Gyakuyo," the young woman, with one eye still on her prize, looked around until she spotted something, a fisherman separating out the fish and the seaweed from his net. "Say, mister. My name it's Tamamo." "Tamamo? That's a fancy word for seaweed, right? Sounds like a name fit for the blessing of the ocean." "I know, right? I'm really curious what's across the sea." The girl called Tamamo grinned and looked at a boat docked at the port, a ship that had come all the way from a far island country. Several of the trade goods it had brought had even made their way to this very stall. The girl hopped into the air and smiled brightly. "Okay, thanks. Bye." She waved gaily to the merchant and ran off toward the dock.